I didn't hear you, Chair. I'm being distracted by the IFP here.
Yeah, no, he's passing my regards to you. I sent him to greet you because we're...
Oh, greetings, Chair.
Thank you so much. Tomorrow is Friday, the 16th of January. And honorable members have said to me that this year is going to be a very hectic year. And they would want to be released on time on Fridays. So even before we start with today's business, can we make it everybody's understanding that we should be done by around 1 o'clock tomorrow? To allow you time to travel, those who must travel out of Cape Town tomorrow. I'm doing this so that we also help each other to make our travel arrangements. Our witness is here. I have spoken to the legal team that let us stretch the witness up until 8 o'clock tonight, 20 hours. And the legal team has said that they plan to finish the presentation of evidence around 15 hours or the latest 16 hours today. So what it means is that you must prepare yourself must prepare your questions. We are going to start with questions this afternoon and probably up until 20 hours tonight. Honorable Breitenbach has apologized yesterday that she will have commitments today. She forced herself to be here, and she was whispering to me that, Chairperson, in case I encounter difficulties, please know that my apology is standing. And at any time, Honorable Breitenbach, you feel like you want to be released, you are allowed. Honorable Ngola and Honorable Sokanyile may have early commitments tomorrow morning. And if they are unable to join us in the morning, they are also released for those commitments. Can I check if we still have further apologies, except for the apologies that we received from honorable vessels of family commitments? Honorable Matthys?
Morning again, Chair. Honorable Malema will be joining us shortly. We just had an organizational commitment. You know, we're in East London on the 23rd of January.
Okay.
Yep.
We also have the apology.
And we hope SEPS doesn't spend too much money on our protest on the 23rd.
Yeah, no, that is organizational. We respect that. Honorable Cameron may arrive 20 minutes after we would have started. Can I check if we have an apology from Honorable Sols? Palette? Okay. I'm checking if we are having any apology from him in the event we have not seen it. We will record it accordingly as and when it comes. Welcome, Honorable Malema. Welcome, Honorable James and Honorable Pambo. Good morning to all of you. Date Mashaba, good morning. Shiluman, are you good? We are greeting you and your colleagues in the National Assembly. Welcome. I'm going to request your colleagues, Dr. Letape and His Honorable Meso, just to come closer to the microphone and greet the people of South Africa, because they are members of this National Assembly. Anyway, because when you are sitting where you are sitting, you are in the gallery.
Re a leboga, Chair, and Happy New Year to you and your ad hoc committee.
Yeah, but you haven't greeted South Africa. That's what I said you must do.
Well, and greetings outstretched to South Africans at large. Re a leboga, Chair.
Thank you. Pass the microphone to Dr. Letape.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I'd like to pay homage and greet all South Africans, but more importantly, to thank you as the ad hoc committee for the hours that you spend on our behalf as members of Parliament. We know that you're going beyond the call of duty, and it is something that is appreciated by all South Africans. And we'd also like to thank all the South Africans that are coming here to help the committee with its mission. We thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. You are welcome. We are not doing you any favor. It's a convention that we do, all political parties and members of Parliament who come to these proceedings, we introduce them for South Africans to know that the work that we do, like you say, we do it in your name and on your behalf as the National Assembly and Parliament of the Republic. I had just announced here that today it's a payday for members of Parliament, and it's a very good gesture that on the payday, you demonstrate your willingness to work for the, I mean, somebody would have.
But Chair, why are you looking?
Somebody would have chosen to go somewhere, but you decided to come here and say support and solidarity to the committee.
Chairperson, I think you are out of order. Some of us don't even disclose to our families our payday.
You are bringing us problems.
Look, I must do this because as members of Parliament, we must be honorable. We must be honest members. There is no way your family cannot know. It must. If it does not know, today I'm making them to know, and they have a right to demand.
There's some of them not even know that we get paid in Parliament. It's a voluntary work.
No, thank you so much. General, did you pass that greetings to your team?
Yes, I did, Chair.
If you may please introduce them to the ad hoc committee.
Thank you once again. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members. The team is not a legal team, is my support team.
Yeah.
From my office, I have Lieutenant Colonel Ketsekile on my left, Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo, and then Waranusam Rosetla and Constable Bavu.
Okay. They are not a legal team. They are a support team.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you so much. I want the members of Parliament and the people of South Africa to know that evidence today will be led by Advocate Maria Mkhwanazi. Advocate Mkhwanazi, can I give you this opportunity to formally introduce the witness to us that this is the witness that you did consultations with?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Not quite rid of me yet. I wish it could be payday for us too, but it's not. In terms of our arrangement, yes, my colleague, Advocate Mkhwanazi, will lead General Khumalo in relation to PKTT matters. And I will come in if and when if it's needed at all at the tail end. So I just want to start by introducing General Khumalo and make a few introductory references from his affidavit, Honorable Chair, if I may. And as is customary, before you administer the oath, to confirm with you and the committee that this is Samuel Dumisani Khumalo, General Khumalo, the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, whom we have consulted with a view to drafting the statement with the annexes that is before you. He is here today, ready, willing, and able to testify. So it's my pleasure to introduce him to you formally, Honorable Chair, honorable members.
Thank you so much. Can I move ahead and do the administration of oath?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Advocate Arens Mdungwa. We are now going to do the administration of oath, but before I do that, let me bring the following to your attention that you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee, which investigate allegations that have been made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. You have been invited to provide information to help the committee in its oversight work so that it can properly investigate these allegations. And among these allegations are the alleged unlawful disbandment of the political task team, otherwise known as the PKTT or the NPKTT. Number two, the alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS. Three, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending this invitation, the chairperson of the ad hoc committee has indicated to you that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish, under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. General Khumalo, please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. General Khumalo, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. General Khumalo, you are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect, oath or affirmation?
I'll take an oath, Honorable Chair.
You have elected to take an oath. You will follow me as I dictate. You will say aye and state your names in full.
I, Samuel Dumisani Khumalo,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. I'm handing over to Advocate Maria Mkhwanazi. She will run this session until 13 hours, and then we will then make further announcements on how we're going to proceed through the course of the day. Thank you so much. Good luck to you, Advocate Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo.
Honorable Chair, if I may just continue with some formalities or to try and get through the affidavit as quickly as possible so that we can get to the meat of General Khumalo's evidence. General Khumalo, you currently occupy the position of Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, having been appointed in that position on the 1st of December 2022.
That is correct, Chair.
From the inception of the political killings task team, which is very much a focus of this honorable committee's inquiry, you served as the project coordinator from July 2018.
That is correct, Chair.
In September 2018, you became project leader of that task team, succeeding Major General Ramatsoeli after his retirement in September 2018.
That is correct.
Now, your own service history is quite impressive. You joined the SAPS in 1991 as a student constable. You progressed to become a coordinator preparing for our World Cup year in 2010. You were appointed as coordinator 2006.
That's correct.
You also assisted with the Qatar World Cup, which we know also recently was concluded successfully. In 2012, you progressed to the operational response services.
That's correct, Chair.
There's been some issue about you not having some detective experience. You want to comment on that at all?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. When I joined the police, I was not aware that there are different compartments within the police. I wanted to be a complete police officer who can be able to do almost everything that is expected from a police officer. So luckily for me, the path that I chose was from the operational coordination side. So it is that operational coordination that gave me an opportunity to be able then, because when you are coordinating operations, you are like a choir conductor who must be able to sing and direct all parts of the choir. So the theory, then I'll get from each and every operational plan that I have to implement, as well as monitor and direct. And then the coordination role gave me that opportunity then of understanding the whole operational environment of SAPS. As in my service history, it's indicated it runs from crime prevention and combating to the crime investigation as well as crime intelligence.
And you hope that you can sing from the same hymn sheet. But sometimes it hasn't been the case when you're the coordinator. Anyway, So your crime prevention and combating experience is articulated in the affidavit. From 2011, your experience as a project coordinator from 2006 to 2022, and as leader, of course, of the PKTT, you continue to play that role. You also have outlined your role in the SEP's leadership, which eminently qualifies you for the role that you play: intelligence management, strategic oversight, crime prevention and investigation. That's all in paragraph 30 through to 30.8 of your affidavit. Resource management, liaison and coordination, reporting, compliance, support services. Those are all mentioned in your affidavit.
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
And when you were appointed, and this is at paragraph 34, at Crime Intelligence, as the Divisional Commissioner, you state that this division was still, and I quote you, characterized by the misuse of crime intelligence methodologies and resources, which was still affecting the performance level of the division. And you will discuss that in a bit more detail with my colleague, Ms. Mkhwanazi, in due course.
That is correct, Honorable.
There were obviously some issues which you had to prioritize, and which is also detailed in your statement from paragraphs 35 to 48. Yeah, I think that's where I pass the baton on to my learned colleague, Mr. Mkhwanazi, Advocate Mkhwanazi. Thank you very much, General. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Arendse, and good morning again, General Khumalo.
Good morning.
Like Advocate Arendse indicated, I will deal with the rest of your affidavit. You already started with an introduction on the history of your employment. I think it would be a good place for me to take off from your role as Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, which is referred to in paragraph 34 of your statement. Are you there? Okay. Now, there are some things that you specifically want to talk about in relation to the time when you took over as Divisional Commissioner in Crime Intelligence, because it has been noted that at the time, there was quite a lot of irregularities that happened within Crime Intelligence. And in your statement, you take us through some of the steps that you've taken and the efforts that you've made to sort of rectify the wrongs of the past. Do you want to take us just through that briefly again?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Before I get to paragraph 34, I just want to sum up my history. As we have seen, that serving at lower ranks, I was between crime intelligence and operational response services, gaining more of operational experience up until then at junior officers level. Then my detailed history is starting mainly when I became a senior officer in 2011. That's when then I had to make use of the operational experience that I had gained to contribute then at strategic level of SAPS. That's what gave birth to, based on my experiences, gave birth to the policing model that is being implemented in the SAPS today, that I introduced in 2016, which is the 5-pillar approach. And then as then I'm appointed at Crime Intelligence in December 2022. My experience, because I had spent more than a decade of my junior ranks within Crime Intelligence, which includes also the acting as a component head of counter and security intelligence when I was a brigadier at ORS, Operational Response Services. I was then requested to go and act between when one is appointed, other than experiences, practical experiences, but one has been following the problems that were talked about from within the division. So one then noticed that the division by then was still characterized by mainly the misuse of crime intelligence methodologies and also the resources which were affecting the performance of the division. Hence, there were forever complaints, especially from the operational environments of SAPS, that they are not getting the services that they are expected from crime intelligence. These were also or are also reflected in the findings of a lot of commissions and inquiries that were established focusing on some of the issues, crime intelligence problems. We can refer to the inquiry into the state capture, where most of the problems are also reflected there in those findings, as well as the report of the expert panel into the July 2021 civil unrest. But to summarize some that one had to prioritize when one was appointed, we can look at what we found was the non-aligned key performance indicators of the division to the SAPS's priorities, and also the outdated and non-existing policies and legal framework. So the environment was just operating on a free mode, and it was like not operating like the SAPS CI. It was operating like CI. So in other words, the crime intelligence that is serving their own purpose. That was the first issue that one had to rectify. And also the misuse of state vehicles by the senior management of the division, including the senior management of the police at large. Those vehicles were allocated to those seniors unlawfully so, because it amounts to fraud and corruption. If you are benefiting twice, you are having your structured vehicle, but you are also having another luxury vehicle allocated to you by the division crime intelligence, which is supposed to be a covert vehicle used by operators. There was also a problem of outdated and non-existing physical, human, and financial control measures. It was a free-for-all environment. The irregular appointments of relatives and friends of SMS or of management. The famous one was the appointment of the 250 under the disguise of being agents, and also the failure to implement the consequence management against senior management, most especially hiding behind secrecy of the environment.
General, now you note in your statement that some of the changes that you've also made relates to legal framework and the steps that you've taken in order to develop the legal framework within crime intelligence. This is referred to in paragraph 43 of your statement. Is there anything in particular that you'd like to highlight in respect of the legal framework that you've developed?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Based on my assessment as the newly appointed Divisional Commissioner on the issues that I've highlighted, one had to prioritize. So as I used to term that period as you are trying to change the flat tire of a vehicle whilst it's in motion, one had to prioritize then the issues that needed to be attended to. Of course, then there will be those decisions that one will take that will not make one famous and not supported at all by some at a senior management level, which made it very difficult then to implement such decisions. That then in that environment is mainly done through the misinformation that will be related to each and every one of those reforms that we are bringing on board. Talking to the first one, which is the legal framework, there were serious legal reforms that one had to implement, starting with the compliance with a Regulation of Interception of Communications Act, normally referred to as RICA. There were lots of interception activities that were undertaken outside the legal framework, and then one had to prioritize that to acquire the exemption certificate, which was approved by the cabinet, that allowed us now to lawfully purchase, keep, and utilize the listed equipment according to the Act. The other one was the one that had to be prioritized, was the one that talked to the exemption by the National Treasurer to depart from the procurement procedures in terms of Public Management Act for the covert operations, which are supported through the Secret Service account. Those are the two examples of the legal framework that one had to prioritize in order for the division to start then operating lawfully.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Nhlanhla. Thank you, Chair. And Nhlanhla General Khumalo. Chair, is a quick one. I think Maga Kulumala, General Khumalo, because we've been sitting here, we were told that General Khumalo agazi next gendaba crime intelligence, yagana experience, agana anything. Now, General namhlanje ngicabanga ukuthi uyicacisile ukuthi mabhunga lawo zinhlele ngesikhethu. Ngamanye amagama bebakupenda. Usho ukuthi ihistory osinikele yona nje uthi mhlambe ngenze follow up ukuthi wathoma usafika almost esipoliseni ukubereka ngecrime intelligence. I think that came up clear. Am I right? Mangifunda la ngoba satshelwa into eziningikhulu ukuthi awudeserve, and ngicabanga ukuthi colleague yakho uGeneral Sibiya, that's what he said in this committee. So hence ngifuna clarity, Chair, on that one to say njengoba uyibeka nje namhlanje uthi njengoba wathoma ngo1991 you go throughout the ranks, and crime intelligence akusinto ithome at this level where you are today. Am I right?
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
Ngiyathokoza, Chair. Bengifuna net leyo clarity. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's proceed. Thanks very much for the responses, General Khumalo.
Would you like to add anything or can I continue, General?
I touched on the legal framework issues without wanting to bore the committee on a number of policies and standard operational procedures that one had to put in place, but some I'm going to touch on them when I talk on those decisions that led to the misinformation period that started then towards the end of 2024.
But before we leave this topic of crime intelligence, General, in paragraph 40 of your statement, you indicate that the decisions that you've taken were not supported by some senior management or in senior management level, which made it difficult for you to implement and achieve the desired results. My question on this is, we know that the minister, part of the minister's directive that he issued in December 2024 was a directive, a moratorium that he placed on the filling of posts in crime intelligence. How did that, with the challenges that you've encountered, how did that further impact what you were trying to achieve in crime intelligence?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Although might still talk past that part when we discuss the directive itself, but I can maybe referring to paragraph 42, that when then one had to put the priorities of the division, one had to also identify and recruit capable senior officers through transfers and promotions in order to implement then the legal framework that has been passed. So that is the period I'm referring to. That is when the misinformation campaign started through the social and print media that will be related to each and every decision that one is taking. I can take the committee through some examples from paragraph 44.
If you'd like to.
Thank you. I've referred to the decision that one had to take of removing state vehicles from the senior managers of crime intelligence as well as SAPS senior managers and redistribute them for the real purpose that those resources were acquired for at operational level. One will still recall that soon after that directive was issued under my signature, and then those vehicles had to be collected and then be inspected. Then the redistribution process starts. And then there were photos or pictures that were taken from where they were kept, whilst then they were in the process of being redistributed. And the media article about CI vehicles collecting dust and not allocated to members started flying. That is one example. The second example will talk to the famous misinformation that is forever spoken about or spread on the media, which talks to the informers being paid 3,000 rands only. That example is as a result of the financial delegation of powers that had to be reviewed to ensure that there are control measures, especially on the informal rewards and remuneration, establishing the committees that are going to deal with. The directive was talking to the fact that the informal rewards and remuneration that are above 3,000 rands has to go through a committee to be scrutinized, which was then a problem from those that were benefiting from a loose policy that will allow any commander at any level for such approvals. Then the other example, as I'm touching on misinformation that we experienced a lot towards the end of 2024, was around the identification and dismissal of ghost employees who were unlawfully employed, who are part of recruited 250 that I mentioned earlier on. The misinformation that was accompanied by that process was that the division is being incapacitated because of those activities that were taking place. We have lots of examples. There are people that we had unearthed that were holding the ranks up to a full colonel, who have never worked for the past 15 to 20 years, but getting salaries. So one had to hunt those people and then dismiss them in terms of the regulations of SAPS. That is a project that is still ongoing. So we are going to that misinformation for quite some time. And the other one, this one is coming in at any time when one then is implementing and enforcing consequence management, especially at senior management level. We have seen the stories talking to claims of victimization, protected disclosures, the whistleblowing, and the booking of sick for a long time in order to delay disciplinary processes. The issue there is, as I indicated earlier on, that both disciplinary and criminal investigations in the environment were not undertaken because those involved will be hiding behind the secrecy of the environment, which does not give permission for people not to be taken through the regulations of SAPS if there is something that they've done wrong. Thank you, Chair.
General Khumalo, may I refer you to page 195 of the big bundle? Now,
Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, can our evidence leader just speak a little bit louder? You've been very soft, you know. Bring on the voice. Thank you, evidence leader.
I think she has lowered the microphone.
I thought my soft voice was my charm, Chair, but I'll try to speak louder. It's 195 of the bundle. It deals with the minister's directive that was issued on the 31st of December. Now, in paragraph 1 of that directive, General, I don't know how comfortable you are to speak to some of the issues raised there, but I would just like your view on how that paragraph 1 impacted crime intelligence operations. And when I say operations, I mean what you were trying to achieve in turning things around. And maybe I could just read out paragraph 1, and then you could answer and explain whether that at all was of assistance or whether it made matters worse in crime intelligence. So in paragraph 1, it says the minister directed that all processes to fill vacant posts in the division should be halted immediately, and this applies to all posts in provinces, including those of provincial heads of intelligence that are currently vacant. It also applies to all posts currently vacant at head office. This should be the position until substantive discussions between the minister and the national commissioner takes place sometime early next year.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Maybe I must start by my own view on the letter itself as a whole before I zoom into the first paragraph. In my view, the letter was supposed to be a personal letter to myself. It's talking to almost everything that is related to myself, the whole letter. But zooming into the first one, as we are trying to link it with the reforms that were, the letter came at a time when we had about 4 vacant posts of provincial heads of crime intelligence. Some had been dismissed for the process that I've explained under paragraph 47, and also a number of senior management posts that were vacant, that are still vacant at head office level. So that the directive, we had advertised 2 batches of senior management posts that were halted by that the directive. So the division, one can say, I'm not sure in terms of percentage, but then as we sitting, there are 4 provinces that are without provincial heads. And then at national level, we also have about 2 components that are without heads, and also other very critical environment like the cyber section that is still without. It was one of the most important or critical posts that we wanted to fill since the beginning of 2024. So the paragraph 1 or point number 1 on the letter did affect the performance of the division, and it is still those that are there currently. Most of us, we are working 24/7. 24 hours per day, because we must fill in the gaps that are there at senior management level, be at provincial level or at national level.
And just lastly, in this regard, because the directive referred to a meeting that was supposed to take place in order to deal with the issue, could General just confirm whether this meeting has taken place, or whether the posts are still currently halted?
The meeting referred to was supposed to take place between the minister and the national commissioner. I do not see where it mentions myself as the divisional head. I will take it that maybe there had been some discussions because the National Commission had indicated that those posts will be re-advertised soon.
General, then I think we can move on to the next topic, which is where I wanted to start, the establishment of the task team, which is referred to in paragraph 49 to 55 of your statement.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. The topic has been covered by some, if not most of the witnesses that have appeared in front of the committee. I will just talk from the practical point of view, because I happened to be practically involved from all the stages of the establishment, and most of the documents, establishing documents, are having my signature on. Without going into details, I can confirm that indeed the PKTT was established during 2018, when then the political killings in the province were rife, and then it was through, as we are all aware, the appointment of the IMC Interministerial Committee by the President, which was chaired by the Ministry of Police. The point that maybe I must first try to correct is the misperception that the PKTT was formed as a result of Moerane Commission. If we go through the minutes of the IMC meetings, there is a meeting, I think in 2019, where the Premier of the province apologized for attending the IMC because he was supposed to attend the briefing by the Moerane Commission. That was in 2019. It's one of the examples that one can cite that the Moerane findings came long after the PKTT was formed. So like any other task teams, the PKTT was established or formed by the National Commissioner, not through any legislation or gazetted regulation. It is the prerogative of the National Commissioner or the Provincial Commissioner that at any time there is a threat that they feel that it needs the task team approach, which is different from the normal day-to-day policing approach to establish then the task team. I'll link that with the situation as it happened. If we follow the minutes of the Interministerial Committee, there were 2 meetings that took place during May. The IMC went to the province to find out as to what are the interventions that are in place. Indeed, they did find the task team, the provincial political killings task team. We can call it maybe then, if you want to use PPKT, it was there. Already there was a task team. The only thing that happened when then the IMC had to assess its performance, and then they realized that it was not properly coordinated. It had no investigation or prosecution strategy. And going through the minutes of those 2 first IMC meetings, there is a lot of evidence that talks to that, because you will find that the SAPS will come and present their report, and then crime intelligence will come present their report on the same topic, and the NPA will also come present their report. So the reporting was evident enough to prove that the work of the provincial task team was not properly coordinated. Those were the findings then of the IMC during May meetings. And then when one then was roped in, I think I'll just confirm the evidence by the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal that it happened that during that time, I was deployed in the province of KZN together with him when he was the acting provincial commissioner. But the main reason or the main purpose for my deployment was to assist him to coordinate operations in the province based on my experience that he was aware of when I'm coordinating operations at national level. So the IMC visits coincided then with the time when I was there. I still recall as to how then I was roped in. After the second meeting, when the ministers were showing disappointment on what they saw, and then the then national commissioner then asked as to why are we lambasted like this, Khumalo, when you are here? So you need to correct this because you are already temporarily deployed in the province. That's when then I had to develop the strategy that was signed off by the acting provincial commissioner as well as the deputy national commissioner recommended it, and it was approved by the then national commissioner, General Sithole. In terms of the establishment, I'll stop there, Honorable Chair.
Okay, General, I'd just like to go back and spend some more time on the role that the INC played in relation to the affairs of the PKTT. And just to note that in paragraph 55 of your statement, you say that the PKTT was overseen by the National Steering Committee, the INC, and the President. And just hearing you speak now of how there was an initial task team, and with the intervention of the IMC, the PKTT is what it is today, which is a very different sort of way of investigating matters, and it's now made out of forensics teams. And it was after the intervention of the IMC that the PKTT was established, and the initial task team was established, restructured, and the PKTT was then established.
Yes.
Is it correct to say that it's the IMC's intervention on the initial task team that led to the format in which the PKTT is currently in?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. As I've indicated, the challenges identified by the IMC during their first two sessions with the provincial task team, they were as I listed them. And then the national commissioner then approached me to assist because of my coordination role that I'm playing at national level. It was going to be quicker and easier than to come up with a well-coordinated and integrated plan for this particular reconfigured PKTT. Because the challenges identified by the IMC were mainly talking to what I normally correct with my coordination role in all the national operations that I was coordinating. So the role played by the IMC was at identifying or confirming those weaknesses, and then directing the directors general of their respective departments then to correct the situation. That is when then we started, as instructed now by the National Commissioner, to come up with a plan that will then cover or correct or most, if not all, the mistakes as identified for the reconfigured new PKTT.
So it appears that the role of the IMC was quite important, but under the current administration, we've learned that there appears to be uncertainty in relation to whether the IMC still exists and whether the PKTT is reporting to the IMC and whether the IMC should have played a role in the disbandment of the PKTT. What is your view, General, in relation to the existence of the IMC and whether they still in fact play a role in the operations of the PKTT?
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the IMC is supposed to be still playing a very critical role because in terms of our founding documents, the first document then is the directive by the President establishing the IMC, and then which was then providing that strategic direction and oversight of the PKTT activities. If we go through the minutes, we'll realize the decisions that were taken by the members of the IMC after being briefed by the PKTT. We can make an example of the Kokstad prison that was made available by the relevant minister after they've realized the problems that the PKT were facing, including the allocation of dedicated prosecutors from the NPA, as well as the attempt to get a dedicated court by the respective minister who was part of the IMC. So the IMC was playing that missing strategic direction and oversight over the PKTT activities. And then under the IMC, there was then the National Steering Committee meeting that was made up of the directors general of the departments that were led by the IMC members, as well as at provincial level. That is the whole governance structure. At provincial level, there was also a provincial steering committee, which was co-chaired, which is still there, co-chaired by the provincial commissioner and the DPP KZN. The main purpose of the steering committees at different levels was to make the resources available from provincial and national level for the realization of the objectives of the PKTT. So coming to the last part of the question, Honorable Chair, according to that official governance structure that I've explained, one was expecting that when we get to the decision of disbanding, then the same route will be used in reverse. I'm talking mainly from the operational experience side. If you mobilize the team for 7 years, according to the books and our experience, you need another 7 years to demobilize. Thank you, Chair.
I know, General, you've made specific mention in your statement in paragraph 62 that seems to suggest in your view, there was a resolution made, not in your view, there's an IMC meeting minute dated September 2023 that says that the task team cannot be dissolved, it must continue. how are we supposed to understand what that means? Does this suggest that the PKTT is supposed to continue indefinitely? Or what are we supposed to make of that resolution of September 2023 that was passed?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As someone who was practically involved full-time in the PKTT, and I've since realized that there seemed to be uncertainty as to the existence of and the oversight powers of the PKTT at the moment, more especially after the directive of the 31st of December. On paragraph 62, I'm giving my practical experience of what had happened prior to the 31st of December. The last briefing that I did to the IMC was in September 2023. With, I think there are about 3 or 4 resolutions towards the end of the minutes. One of the resolution was that the task team cannot be dissolved. It must continue. That can be found on the minutes that are dated 5 September 2023. And the last briefing to the president was in March 2024 towards the general elections. That was the last time that the IMC then convened the oversight briefings and meetings, but the team continued to operate, reporting to both the provincial and the national steering committees, awaiting for the chairperson of the IMC then to convene further IMC meetings, which did not happen up to date.
Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up, and I might have missed it, are you saying that since the new acting Minister of Police has taken over, he hasn't convened, because he's the chairperson of that IMC, he hasn't convened a meeting? I just wanted clarity, please. Thank you.
That is correct, Honorable Chair. As I've indicated when I started that part of my explanation, that as someone who has been and is still practically involved with the day-to-day activities of the PKTT, we have never received any invitation to come and brief the IMC since September 2023. So the whole of 2024 and 2025 up to date, there's never been any invitation of the IMC.
Just one more. So when you say there wasn't an invitation, does that mean it didn't convene, or to your knowledge it hasn't convened? Because maybe the acting Minister of Police decided he convened maybe just the other ministers and not the officials of SAPS, or you have to be part of it as SAPS officials?
Thank you, Chair. It is for that reason that my response is structured like that, because I am not part of the interministerial committee. One will be invited with the notice of the sitting of the IMC, and then you will then be directed as to what is it that you must come and brief the committee on. Hence, my response says I've never received any notice or invitation up to date.
Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. I see the general keeps on referring to the PKTT. And during the testimony of the minister, he kept on correcting us when we say PKTT and said it's NPKTT. So as the project leader, what is the official phrasing of your team?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There are different levels of interventions. Some are initiated at provincial level. Some are initiated at national level. So all those that are initiated at national level are having an N. That need not to be visible in the name because we'll end up calling the lockdown that is currently on in Cape Town as N lockdown and N. We know that this type of operation is coordinated at which level. The other reason why we don't encourage the inclusion of an N is our approach in the interventions. We work together with the provincial commissioner. Now, if it's going to be made visible that there is an N, and then the provincial commission, because at the end of the day, the task team is supposed to be an ad hoc activity. So as we are intervening, you are imparting the skills and the methodology to the provincial commissioner and his or her operational staff. So to promote that working together, one did not really understand the emphasis of an N because that N can be put before any other intervention that is coordinated at national level.
Advocate Mkhwanazi, let's proceed.
Thank you, Chair. General Khumalo, we'll proceed, if you're ready, to the next topic and to go into the work of the PKTT, which you addressed in paragraph 70 to 79 of your statement.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The work of the PKTT, if we follow our timeline in terms of the paragraphs.
No, so it's addressed to me. There's a complaint about my voice, though, which it's a bit soft. I was directing General Khumalo to paragraph 70 and 79 of his statement, which deals with the work of the PKTT. You can continue, General.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. From paragraph 70, if we refer to that IMC briefing as the first one, we are now referring to the reconfigured PKTT. There has been previous IMC briefings by the provincial team. So the minutes of those first PKTT are attached as annexure SDK 5 in my statement. That was the first meeting when then the team had to present. By that time, the team was allocated 126 dockets. Maybe also to add that to introduce the further extensions that I'm still going to talk to of the mandate of the PKTT. The first one was to extend to the Eastern Cape province to attend to the cases that were reported in the University of Fort Hare, as instructed by the National Commissioner in concurrence with the IMC that extension is also reflected in one of the minutes after the president has received a complaint from there. Then starting with the last one under 7.1.1, that extension explaining the workings of the task team, the president notified the minister through a correspondence attached as SDK 6 with regard to the interventions that were required in the University of Fort Hare.
No, General, I have a few questions, but I was not trying to interrupt you. Can I ask my question?
Yes.
I just want to note your attention to paragraph 73 of your statement, where you indicate the number of matters that the PKTT is currently responsible for, or the number of dockets that the PKTT is dealing with. And there you say, as of 31st December, the designated team had been assigned the responsibility of a total of 612 dockets.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, indeed. As at the 31st of December, the time of the disbandment letter, the team was allocated a total of 612 dockets. With that breakdown, which includes all the extensions of the mandate, the 333 dockets were those that are falling within the category of politically related cases only from KZN. And then the next one, it's parallel cases, those that are related to one of the 333 political related cases. And then there is 120 of ad hoc cases that are mainly firearm related cases. And then the fourth group of dockets, it's those that are talking to the extension of the mandate, where the team was directed to include the cases that are involving the killing of traditional leaders, also in the province of KZN. The team was allocated, as at the 31st of December, was allocated 51 of those dockets. And then from the University of Fort Hare Extension, there were 18 dockets. That gives us the total of 621. During that time, 125 of those dockets were still under investigation, and the 114, they were at various courts, and then the 297 were already finalized. Then moving on with the explanation as to the work and the success of the PKTT, it is impossible to measure the success of the PKTT through the numbers as they are reflected on top, although the numbers are also looking very good if we come to realize the diversity and the complexity of the contract killings. The contract killing is different from a killing from a shipin, where two people will quarrel and stab one another. It's much easier to investigate because you have a potential of lots of witnesses and evidence. But then the contract killing is planned for a long time, and it is executed in such a way that it becomes difficult for the investigation. So the unique value of PKTT comes with the methodology that the PKTT is using. The PKTT is not approaching the investigation by looking for a killer or someone who killed. The approach is always in line with wanting to get to the reason as to why would this person be killed and who might have benefited from the killing. That then will help the team to identify different stakeholders, different targets that needs to be linked with the investigation. There has been, whilst on that point of investigation of the motive, one can maybe add that this explanation will help some of the critics of the PKTT that will normally say PKTT will now and again go off their mandate of only investigating the killings. If during the investigation of the motive, it becomes clear that the real motive was fraud and corruption, and the person who ordered the killing wanted to benefit in terms of fraud and corruption, the PKTT then will register, according to our methodology, a case of fraud and corruption, so as we rope in the hit orderer, even if it's not through the murder itself, but the motive for the killing will make the hit orderer to be prosecuted together with the killers. So that will explain then that critical point. And then moving on, maybe one has to show or demonstrate on page 28 of my affidavit the benefits. One of the benefits, not all of them, one of the benefits of the integrated multidisciplinary and multi-departmental approach utilized by PKTT on the status of suspects that are arrested. The picture is totally different from the normal picture that you'll find in the SAPS. In most cases, out of 200 people that we have charged, the majority, more than 50%, are on bail. But with this approach, we have managed then to have a very effective bail opposition strategy. Hence, then you'll find that under political related cases, 122 of our accused are in custody. Only 45 are on bail. In most cases, it's other way around. Same applies to the cases of traditional leadership. We have 12 in custody and only 1 on bail. It's one of the benefits of utilizing the strategy. On the same table, we're also indicating the problem that led to the request of dedicated prosecutors to be part of the team. On the first one, under political related cases, before the dedicated prosecutors were brought on board, we had 62 charges that were withdrawn against the accused, mainly where you are attempting to charge a very prominent local person. It will be very difficult for a local prosecutor to keep that person under prosecution. There will always be some reasons to withdraw charges. But then after that, we saw an improvement because for the past 5 years, only 20 charges were withdrawn against the particular or some of the individuals. Then maybe moving on to another point under the work of the PKTT, that one feels that it's important maybe to explain to the committee is the one that is talking to the threat and risk assessment of the threat that is being addressed. It's on page 29 under the graph that talks to yearly statistical comparison on cases reported since 2011 to date. That has been updated up to January 2026. We are portraying the picture which proves that there are always spikes of these cases during the election year, starting from 2016. Maybe before I get to those spikes, to quickly explain the 3 different colors that are on that graph. The blue talks to the total number of politically related cases. The red or the green talks to the murder, the killings only. Why different colors? It's because we wanted to see as to do we have the killings under control, decreasing. So the blue, the green will indicate that between the period 2018, that was the establishment of the PKTT, up until 2021, we managed to sustain that average of 15 killings per year, unlike before, the years before, which is 2016, 2017, where you have 32 and 20 respectively. Now, one would like to explain the increase, a sudden increase in 2022, which is outside the election period, which is a different trend. From the beginning of this graph, the increase is experienced during the either local government elections or national and provincial elections. But a different trend is noticed in 2022, where there was a vast increase of both cases as well as murder cases to 27. The reason for that, according to our analysis and threat and risk assessment, was when the country was experiencing a lot of hung municipalities. That's why there we see the cases coming thick and fast after the elections. The elections were at the end of 2021, but most of the murders came then from the beginning of 22. That was when then there was a number game that was happening, that if one councillor is removed, the score will be 2-2. Then there will be by-elections, and then so that is the reason why then we had that situation. But then the team, based on their experience, managed to update their plan so as it can fit that was starting, and then they managed then to maintain the decrease up to date. And also to indicate that on the previous report, it was indicated that there was one killing in 2025. We are showing the updated report that the total cases were 7, and then 5 of them resulted in the killing. That is at the end of the year 2025.
Now, General, may I refer you to page 107 of the big bundle, of the big bundle, 107. Now, what that refers to is an information note where an amount of, let me see, an amount of 94, just over 94 million was requested for the PKTT. And we see from this information now that a substantially lesser amount was then subsequently approved. Now, General, you've talked a lot about the wonderful work of the PKTT and just how unconventional your methods are. Would you be able to continue with the work and the valuable and exceptional work, as you've put it, of the PKTT with the budget being decreased? And how do you currently perform your work with such a decreased amount to work with, especially given that we are going into local elections and you've indicated this is the period that the political killings spike? How does the decrease in the budget affect your current operations, if at all?
Right. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe to explain that it might look like a decrease, but it is actually not a decrease on what was requested as estimated budget. The procedure in the department is you renew all the financial authorities before the end of the financial year. So there will be a submission with the estimated budget for the whole of the financial year. So if we look at 109, there are 2 recommendations. The first one talks to the recommendation that the full estimated amount of over 94 million be approved. And then the second recommendation, it's an alternative that requests that whilst the final budget allocation, because this happens when the budgeting process is still going on. And then the request, there was at least a 2-month allocation be given whilst waiting for the rest. And indeed, it happened like that. After that allocation of a small amount, and then as we can see from the approval, page 110 of the accounting officer, approving 20 million provisionally, whilst the finalization of allocation is processed, which then happened exactly like that. After that 2 months, then the rest of the allocation was given.
General, also just lastly on this point of the work of the PKTT, now it has been noted by various witnesses who appeared, senior officials within SAPS, are of the view that task teams are not supposed to last indefinitely. At some point, a task team must come to an end. Now, in your view, in relation to the PKTT, do you think it's time? And if not, will there ever be a time?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I agree with the general view that the task teams must have timelines because task teams are established for a particular reason, and then they are supposed then to be disestablished after the problem has been dealt with. But looking at the methodology that is employed by the PKTT, my personal view will be for the SAPS to make use of the opportunity to change their policing model when it comes to investigations and use the task team model as a transition phase to the correct and proper methodology of investigating. Our current investigation is very much outdated. It was during the time when we did not have more of organized crime like we have nowadays. So my personal view is we have been recommending that, I think even on the information note that evidence leader directed me or referred us to, one of the recommendations is that the methodology employed by the political killings task team be adopted by all environments that are doing organized crime investigation. The difference between the unit and the task team, I think I'm still going to address that somewhere down the line on my affidavit. The methodology and the setup is totally different. We have few investigating officers, but more experts that are serving as that are providing investigative aids of nowadays to a detective who is only armed with the training as to how to obtain the statement from a witness. Then my personal view is still that if SAPS can make use of this opportunity and use this model that is, according to us, tried and tested, that has been successful in dealing with any type of organized crime, to use it as a transition and then towards the both the accounting officers that has been in the office during the times of PKTT are of the same view. The previous National Commissioner, during the last briefing of the National Steering Committee by the PKTT, gave the PKTT a name of being pioneers of modern policing, modern investigation, and directed that that recommendation be implemented, but then it was not. So even the current accounting officer, as and when there is a problem that needs to be attended to, he knows that there is only one place to run to, but the PKTT, because of the model. So I'll remain convinced that instead of disbanding, at least use it as a transition to make sure that this type of investigation then is spread throughout the country, which is not in line with the argument that has been tabled in this commission, in this committee, and everywhere, that the transition must be to the murder and robbery unit. Those are two different scenarios, something that you cannot compare, as I've indicated. A murder and robbery unit, you need 20 detectives. That's all. But a task team format, we need 2 detectives and 18 specialists. So we need to form such types of units instead of sticking to the old types of units of putting detectives together with the same skill, same understanding, and which makes it impossible for them to deal with nowadays organized crime.
Thank you, General. But just lastly, and maybe you, General, will deal with this when we come to recommendations and lessons learned from the PKTT to take forward. But just maybe just briefly give an indication, are there practical steps to do what General Khumalo is proposing in relation to taking the lessons learned from the PKTT and implementing it? Is there something in place that suggests currently that there are steps being taken not to lose the value that the PKTT is currently adding to SAPS?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. It's very possible. It needs a will from all arms of the state. I'll make a practical example of capacity that is already there. In terms of not losing evidence, the PKTT is having their own crime scene experts that will go to the crime scene at any time of the day or night and collect evidence. Looking at the capacity that we have countrywide, we can have that capacity spread throughout all the police stations for starters, because it's one of the critical investigative aid that is still centralized or secluded. The detective from a particular station has to wait for 6 to 7 hours for someone from crime scene management to attend the crime scene. And then also we have a lot of call data analysts that are trained, but they are centralized at provincial or unit levels. So if there is a will, it's something that can happen. That is very possible, that we spread this methodology employed by the team throughout the country, but focusing maybe for starters at our 4 most troublesome provinces.
Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, General Khumalo. I'm sorry, General Khumalo, I may have missed your direct answer to what the advocate was asking you. Is it happening? Because you seem to be speaking, something that's future orientated, a bit theoretical. Is it currently happening now? Because at the crux of this issue was that the task team should not be there forever. So the transition that you're speaking about and how it spreads to the rest of the country, is it work that the SAPS is doing now? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. One can say it's, I don't want to say it's happening, but there are plans that are towards that. The last directive we got that we need to establish one in Gauteng, and then and also move towards this part of the country in Cape Town. So there are plans of doing that.
Yes, let's proceed, Advocate White.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Bangazitha.
General Khumalo, I'd like to move on to the next topic, if we may, which deals with the infiltration that you've mentioned in SAPS. And this is dealt with in paragraph 80 to 91 of your statement. It deals with the infiltration and influence of organized crime in the criminal and justice system.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members.
General, before you maybe go into it, as you take us through what you've written in your statement on that, may I just ask you to just briefly give us the significant features or the characteristics of syndicates as you describe in your statement and the modus operandi, and just in brief so that members can sort of have a sense of how the syndicates operate.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. That is the main reason why I maybe propose that we include this part in my affidavit, where we are looking at the context of organized crime, explaining, because it will assist us when we get to the part of events that are related to the disbandment. One felt that maybe we need to touch on some of the most important features so as we can apply them when we get to our practical example of the disbandment of the PKTT. This will entail touching in brief as to how organized crime syndicates operate under general, but I'll be touching on the issues that will help us understand the events leading to the 31st of December. The first fact is, as I've indicated, it's a reality that as South Africa, we are now experiencing more and more of evolving challenges around organized crime with our syndicates then that are spanning across provinces and most worrisome also across the world with the international networking. Then the first part, it's the membership or characteristics of crime syndicate membership. There are critical characteristics that you find that they are common to the dedicated individuals involved in organized crime. Firstly, you must be a habitual criminal. You grow up starting from housebreaking, graduating to other serious crimes. But what is most importantly is you must show that you have been able to not to be punished for more than 50% of your criminality as you grow up within the ranks. Then the next topic to summarize talks to the entry requirements and progression. I've spoken to the established history of criminality and multiple arrests, the criminal cases, long list. And then in most cases, you do the profile of those professional criminals. Most of those charges are withdrawn. that shows then that you have mastered the art of being able to bypass the whole of criminal justice chain, starting from the police to prosecution, then sometimes even to judiciary. We have seen sentences that are not making sense at all. So in short, for you to be part, you must have, like in a normal employment, a proven track record of being a habitual criminal. You must be an asset. It's either you bring along the local branch commander or you bring along the local district commander, you bring along, but you have to bring along a person who is at the position of influence, a local prosecutor, a local magistrate, whoever that you grew up working with will be an asset within the syndicate. Another entry requirement nowadays that we see in all the syndicates and cartels that we are working on, it's tenderpreneurship, which is becoming a prominent feature where members own multiple of companies registered both within and outside the borders of our country. These business links make it easier for the commodities that the cartel or syndicate are dealing with, also to be able to move across the globe. And also the tenderpreneurship allows for quick money laundering and also the procurement of government contracts illegally. It makes it easier also to do the money laundering. But the most important one that is very prominent in most of our syndicates and cartels in the country is the facilitation for the resources of crimes, more especially firearms, through the registration of private security companies, which then is an easiest route for you to get as much firearms as possible that are, we are always asking ourselves this question as to where are these firearms that are used in all these organized hits and CITs and all violent crimes coming from. Most of them are coming from that route because you go there to a particular company for compliance inspection, you'll find that 6 of the firearms that were procured last month are reported missing 2 hours before you come in. So they are not missing, but it's because they cannot then be subjected to ballistic analysis because they will be linked with those cases that you are investigating. And also the borrowing, unlawful borrowing and interchanging of those resources, it's something that happens. I'm touching on this because it's something that we can practically see, most of us in our communities where the syndicates and cartels are operating. Then the next one that I felt I need to touch on is the international reach and dual citizenship. I'm touching on those that will become relevant when I get to the actual events as they happened. It's one of the requirements of holding more than one citizenship in more than one country. That also allows the flexibility of movement, either of as a person or then of the commodity. We have seen most of our high profile investigations as to how long it takes to get a person who have also a Swaziland citizenship. Sometimes, depending on the relations you might get, I'm just making an example with Swaziland, but then the citizenship of more than one country is very important for the cartels and syndicates to access also the international network and resources, also for the easier smuggling of the commodities that the syndicate is dealing with. Then on the manner of actions as to how the operations are conducted. As I've indicated, that there must be lots of registered lawful companies shared amongst the syndicate members, so as then blending of criminal expertise with a legitimate business strategy can be possible, which allows both power as well as access to the underworld. It's rare that you find a syndicate member who is not supported by local communities. It's because of what they are doing as under the legitimate business for their criminal expertise. And also the most important part that will bring us closer to the example that we are going to discuss at length, which is key to any syndicate to survive, is the proximity, close proximity and relationships with politicians, law enforcement officers, and business leaders. That allows the syndicates to have access to sensitive information, to have access to the investigation processes and statuses, to ensure that they are always in a position to manipulate or obstruct legal proceedings, especially at senior level. Everywhere we go, an unknown person wanting to take a photo with you, it's the way into doing exactly what I am trying to explain here. And what makes it more difficult these days, especially within SAPS, it's because there are syndicate members that are within our ranks. Now, you cannot, or let me say, there are senior officers that are in close proximity of the syndicate members that we have to work with. I am a living example of that. A general sending me a WhatsApp message, greetings, I greet back, and then we talk, and then somewhere along the line, when we come across the cell phone of a particular target of our operation, you find that screenshot of yours when you were discussing or whatever with that general and normal greeting. Now, to prove that this general wants to show how close I am to the head of crime intelligence, I can be an asset to you. So that is one part of the challenges that we are facing. No matter how hard we try to understand this modus operandi of syndicates, but there are situations where it's very impossible to avoid. The interest in the criminal justice system, it has been internationally proven that for any organized crime to thrive, the cartel must infiltrate or gain support from powerful figures within the criminal justice system. I've made an example of SAPS. I'm also going to take a lot on DPCI with our operations. They do that because there are two ways. It has been a career within a career from SAPS to provide protection for a fee. Not sure that it qualifies to be an extortion. In my position, if I'm able to protect you, then there is a protection fee that you must continuously pay. So it's a fact that is only done to sustain the activities or to protect the activities of the syndicate and these professional criminals. In our communities, we see a lot of, we used to call them fly-by-nights, but not anymore, because traditionally when you grow up in your community, you will know one or two rich families where there is a shop, and then they will forever be a rich family. But these days, you disappear, a person will disappear for 2 years, come back, and then being the richest of them all in the area. And then these relationships that are then built within communities, they promote that. But the other importance of cartels and syndicates to be in close proximity with criminal justice system is early warnings, as I'm going to demonstrate, early warnings of law enforcement actions. It's very rare that you plan your operation, takedown operation for a cartel member, and then when you get there, you are not shown evidence that I was expecting you. It has never happened of late. So the early warnings of law enforcement actions and opportunities to redirect the resources and the ability then to, because the criminal justice system also comes in handy to deal with the internal and external conflicts within a cartel or between cartels. That is one of the roles that we are playing. With this short overview, Honorable Chair, as I indicated when I started this part, I intended to assist the committee to contextualize the events that I'm about to address and locate them within this sophisticated agenda, which is a reality. That is what is happening now in our country. So, as our country becomes then a lawless country, because once criminal justice system is infiltrated, then we cannot be able to enforce the law.
So, Chair, maybe perhaps before we go into those events that General Khumalo is speaking about, would this be an opportune time to take a lunch break? No.
Yeah, you said that your voice is a charm, so it also it worked on my time. The charm worked on my time. Uh, I think we have reached a stage where we should take a break, but let me take your hand, Honorable Skosana, before the break.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, if you remember well, with all the other witnesses, I'm going to ask General Khumalo, when he said that some other generals share screenshots, I think he must name the general who has done that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think we will come to that point because what he was doing, he says it was just an illustration of how, in fact, these are observed trends from his position as a leader of a division. We're dealing with a phenomenon like this one. This is how it manifests itself. Am I correct, General?
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah.
I was avoiding to make someone else an example but myself. But when we get to the events themselves,
Yeah.
we can get into it in details.
Are you happy, Honorable Member?
I'm very, very happy, Chair. Thank you.
Any other bite before I release the members? Okay, I can see that all of you are satisfied with the progress that we have made so far. Honorable Nhlanhla.
Just one question to our leader, evidence leader today. I think we've been getting alerts that the public can hear, but they can hear all of us, but they can't really hear her. So if she can bolden that chap a little bit. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Noted, Chair. I'll take care of it. I will take care of it.
Yeah. Yeah, the charm is gentle, and South Africans are appealing for it. It's now just over 10 minutes after 13 hours. Honorable members, may we please come back exactly at 14 hours. Thank you so much.
or investigation conducted by Gauteng Organized Crime Unit, which was a normal investigation of a murder of Mr. Aman Swart, an engineer in Vereeniging, and we were not aware of that investigation. It was just their investigation. But then, because of if I go to next page, paragraph 96, where we are reflecting on the letter that was written by the senior state prosecutor addressed to the provincial commissioner of Gauteng, the deputy provincial commissioner, as well as the deputy national commissioner and the national commissioner. On that letter, the prosecutor was highlighting the threats that the investigation itself, as well as the investigating officers, were facing, mainly because initially it was mainly because one of the accused was a former warrant officer in the SAPS and who was identified as an organizer of hits within this organized crime syndicate. And then the prosecutor went on to explain the other challenges other than the threats against the investigating officers. In paragraph 100, the prosecutor is raising the issue of the ballistic report, which was excluded whilst it contains crucial information that linked the suspects to a firearm that was used in the murder of Mr. Swart, which is another threat now to the investigation itself, to the evidence. In paragraph 101, we are indicating as to what the prosecutor said in terms of that ballistic report, that the forensic analyst failed to link the AK-47 cartridge cases with the murder weapon that they were found in possession. So meaning that if that intervention was not done, the accused were only going to be charged for possession of unlicensed firearm, not the killing itself, because there was that suspicious failure of linking the firearm with the killing by the ballistic expert. And then the prosecutor also raised the issue of officials within SAPS that were directly and indirectly involved in the efforts to destabilize the investigation. These are the concerns that are shared by the senior state prosecutor who's prosecuting the case, sharing it with the national commissioner and the provincial commissioner. That talks to the incomplete ballistic report, the interference, the issuing or warning and threatening the members. So the members that were investigating were threatened by their own seniors. And then that resulted in that concern or letter then given to our provincial head, Crime Intelligence Gauteng, to conduct a threat and risk assessment, which is part of our mandate against the investigating officers and the investigation to find out as to how true are these concerns raised by the prosecutor. And then upon the finalization of the threat and risk assessment, and then the provincial head deemed it necessary to appraise me on that particular threat and risk assessment, as well as his recommendations. And then from my side, upon assessing the recommendations and the draft threat and risk assessment, I then briefed the National Commissioner and thereafter took a decision to register a counterintelligence project, of which I did that on the 29th of August. The letter by the prosecutor was dated the 5th of August. So after 2 to 3 weeks of the detailed threat and risk assessment, and then when it was presented to me, I then took that decision based on the level of threats. So as then we are able, because it's one of our mandates as crime intelligence to implement counterintelligence measures, whether proactively or reactively, to protect police SAPS operations as well as its personnel. The heading itself, it's long: events leading to Gauteng counterintelligence operations and further evidence of infiltration. But for ease of reference, I term it the beginning of PKTT and General Khumalo's problems. I was invited to this problem by that threat and risk assessment and the decision that I took, which then meant that we had to marry the Gauteng organized crime investigation with our counterintelligence investigation into one operation, which then gave birth to Gauteng counterintelligence investigation, the GCI Ops, because it was the combination now of both the investigation as well as counterintelligence measures or investigations. Then some of the measures that were put in place was to deploy our counterintelligence resources within the team and also the counterintelligence operatives. That was because of, firstly, the level of SAPS officials that were involved in this threat. It was evident to me then that, as it's normally the case, once you conduct a threat and risk assessment, you come up with recommendations. There must be a plan put in place to neutralize or to deal with that threat so as it does not become permanent. Hence, then one realized that for this particular operation, one will need the assistance from the highly specialized team to ensure that the investigation will be advanced swiftly as well as safely. That is when then I took the second decision to discuss with the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal the possibility of then getting assistance, temporal assistance from the PKTT. Hence, then I termed this as the beginning of my problems with those two decisions and the problems that the PKTT concept or name how was it dragged into this problem. And then in response then to that request, then we agreed with the provincial commissioner for us to get around about 10 members to be seconded to the GCI ops in order to conduct that swift operation to neutralize the threat. The point that maybe I must stress on paragraph 106, the last sentence that says, although these 10 PKTT members worked on the dockets were not transferred to PKTT. They came to assist for a short period, so as then the threat is neutralized as quickly as possible. Then on the members, 10 members that you requested, I felt it important to include them in my paragraph 107 because they came on board on the 19th of November, 2024. I felt it important to list them so as one can continue demonstrating the methodology that is employed in the PKTT. Out of 10 members of PKTT that were requested, there is only one investigating officer. The rest, which is 9, are different experts because we needed that expertism so as then we are able to swiftly deal with the problem. From the ballistic analyst, as the Honorable Committee will recall, one of the issues raised by the senior state prosecutor was the ballistic report. So we had to include the ballistic analyst, the forensic digital analyst, the case of Vereeniging Amanswart had a lot of digital forensic work that needed to be done. The call data analyst, the crime scene investigators, 3 of them, because the crime scene of Amanswart was divided into 3 crime scenes. The first scene number 1 was where he was shot. Scene number 2 was where the first vehicle was intercepted. Scene number 3 was where the other vehicle and firearms were found in a particular house. So we had to get those 3 crime scene investigators, and then we had to get an operational analyst and the commander who understands the PKTT methodology, as well as the designated firearm officer who was going to work on also the firearms together with the ballistic analyst. And then, as I've indicated, with 1 investigating officer. From paragraph 108 to 109, maybe read with 107, one is demonstrating the swiftness. The team of experts comes in on the 19th. By the 5th of December, they are in a position, I can safely say they had identified the whole cartel and they were in a position to start the first takedown operation. That is within the space of 3 weeks. Then on paragraph 109, one is introducing then the second assistance. To put it practically clear, the experts came to assist only for between 2 to 3 weeks, and they withdrew because most of the analysis work was done. So the team, the GCI Ops was now ready to start with takedown operations. Then for the first takedown operation on the 6th of December, we had to request again the expertise, different expertise now from PKTT in the form of combat members as well as special task force for that particular takedown, which was divided into two. The first one was to conduct, to effect an arrest on Katiso Molefe, as well as the questioning of Vusimuzi Matlala regarding the parallel case, which was and still kidnapping. So that is the second support that the PKTT gave to the GCI Ops. It was a one-day operation when the combat teams had to come in. The reason for that, during the analysis and the threat and risk assessment, it had come out that almost the whole of SAPS in Gauteng is working for the cartel. So hence then we had to get the combat team even from the PKTT, and even the special task force that we used for that operation was not from Gauteng province, but was from outside Gauteng province. That is the operation of the 6th. So the PKTT suffered and is still suffering for that assistance of 2.5 weeks and 1 day, which raised a wrong impression that PKTT is investigating the cartel. PKTT came in to assist.
Just a moment, General. Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I almost fell off my chair now. Did I hear the General correctly when he said an analysis was done and you found that almost the entire Gauteng SAPS was working for the cartel? Just clarify that statement, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We say that because whatever that we were doing in now this covert operation will find its way to the very same cartel. That is from the resources. I think even the vehicles were all over the social media. The vehicles with registration plates that were used by the team. So as the team is working, they are going to courts and to police stations. So where they are, and then they are, then whatever that they are doing is given to the cartel members. We had collected a lot of information and identified a lot of members from within. Maybe let me make an example of the uniform combat teams. There is this, what is happening in Gauteng, where the highly trained combat members of SAPS are moonlighting for the cartels. In other words, working outside their working hours. It happened to the team, I think, on 2 occasions when they are moving with the combat teams from Gauteng. They get to a cartel member, and then the member will ask, "Hey, what are you doing here? Because you were with me last weekend, working for me." So that will be my answer.
Thank you, Chair. I'll get into it when it's question time. Thanks.
General Khumalo, and just further on that, speaking about the moonlighting of
Let's switch off the microphones. Honorable James. Honorable James, look at me at the same time. Let's
General Khumalo, just from what the question that Honorable James was asking, you mentioned specifically in your statement that when you arrived at Mr. Molefi's residence, you note that he was identified as a suspect, and when you arrived at his residence, you say in paragraph 111, on 6 December, the investigative team, including members of the PKTT, proceeded to the residence of Mr. Molefi in an attempt to locate and engage with him. And during the operation, the following suspicious interventions took place. And you proceed to describe certain events that happened at the residence of Mr. Molefi. Could you just briefly explain to us, as you take us through those events, what your perception was of the presence of these members of the Hawks, as you described, and the Metro Police when you arrived at Mr. Ket Molefi's house?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On paragraph 111, 1 and 2, I'm introducing the happenings or the events of the 6th of July, of December, during that 2-in-1 operation, maybe also to back up the point that I tried to raise when Honorable James asked the question. With PKTT, I've heard some people trying to associate us with being violent. That one, I can assure the committee, were the most professional team. Each and every operation is planned thoroughly. So when then we were at the initial phase, which is the surveillance phase of the operation, that is when then we came across a JMPD officer who is part-time working for, according to our information, for Katiso Molefi, Officer Johnny Mokhatle, who was then dispatched by Molefi to come and check this suspicious car, our surveillance car. That was that was part of our phase 1 operation, which is surveillance and monitoring. I'm introducing the second incident during the course of the search. Now, I'm still going to maybe go into details in terms of the JMPD officer. But then during the course of the search, a helicopter was then dispatched to hover on top of the house where the members were working and monitoring, and it was dispatched from the law enforcement again. It's normally dispatched then through the jail to the scene of crime, to the scene where members then were effecting just the arrest. Then maybe then as I approach the interference by the Hawks specifically, I will then give a short narrative as to what happened. Firstly, the first group, maybe before I get to the first group, let me remind the committee that although I touched on it, but it's still coming where, because JMPD officer have got the systems in his phone, can circulate, track, and do whatever the vehicle. So he gave feedback. Okay, he came into Katiso Molefi's house took him out driving in a JMPD official vehicle to go and look for this suspicious vehicle. And then he did confirm that this is an SAPS vehicle. So I'm citing that Kadisomlif was aware well in advance that there will be a police operation in his house. And then as then the operation starts, that's when then the first group from DPCI is dispatched by their generals to come and check what's happening.
General, I don't want to interrupt, but maybe just on the Metro Police that you've mentioned, I'm not sure if it is clear what you are saying in relation to the involvement and participation. And I'm trying to get to the extent of the participation of the Metro Police. Were they interfering? What did their presence represent in relation to the arrest that was affected? I think we get an explanation that you found these officers there, but I'm trying to understand, were they trying to interfere and prevent the operations from unfolding? Is that what we-
Maybe then through you, Honorable Chair, because the first paragraphs I was introducing the two types of interferences. Then my next paragraph talks to the interference by the Hawks, and then the next one from paragraph 1 to 2 talks to the interference by JMPD. That's where I was going to be detailed when it comes to. So the first part I was just introducing those. As I indicated, that was the beginning of the problems of PKTT and Khumalo. And the most important dates of December that we treasure and we make sure that in our diaries they are circled is the 6th of December as well as the 31st of December. That is Khumalo and the PKTT. When their problems started, it was the most difficult takedown operation. So maybe to go back to the support, the only reason why that operation was a success is because of the decision to request the combat teams of PKTT to come and assist on that one-day operation. Because if we did not do that, up until today, Katisomlif was not going to have been arrested. Because one could realize that the local resources will not stand this pressure or everything that was happening on the 6th. Then summarizing the interference by the Hawks, I'll try to summarize it such that the Honorable Committee is not confused. There was the first group led by Captain Kruger that came and wanted to know what's happening. And then I emphasize the professionalism of PKTT, but the professionalism, it includes also the mental strength and fearlessness, because no matter how hard you try to introduce yourself as a VVIP, but you won't be able to do what you want to do. So then there was an engagement with Captain Kruger's team. He then also dropped the name of Brigadier Mkhwanazi from DPCI. And after that, the name of a divisional commissioner, Lieutenant General Mboto, as well as the national head himself, as people that had sent them to come and inquire as to what's happening in Katiso Mlife's premises. And then the team, the DPCI team was informed that it's a police operation and then there is nothing wrong. But then they remained there in the site for a long time. But one can safely say then they could not achieve whatever then the objective that might be there. Then the second team of TOMS is a tactical operations management section, like tactical teams, combat team of DPCI. The second team also came and the same thing happened. They could not then successfully interfere with the operation. We can still call it an attempt. And then the situation was contained up until then the arrest was effected. And we are indicating that there was also another team from DPCI that came then led by Captain Norkie, sent by the provincial head of DPCI also to the, so it was now more DPCI than GCI ops that are conducting their lawful operation. From our side, we are still convinced that it was an interference with the operation, with the lawful operation. And if we are in a situation where the lieutenant generals are the SOSs of suspects or criminals that police officers are dealing with, then we might have a real problem, especially looking at the DPCI level. Then the interference, to finalize the interference from the JMPD, as I've introduced it, and we have, with all these people that I've mentioned, we have statements under oath affidavits that are annexed. Also, with regard to the JMPD officer, we have an affidavit as well as his commanders and the principal's affidavits. And on the day of Mr. Mlife's arrest, this JMPD officer stated that he reported on duty, but left due to ill health, like reporting that he's not feeling well. And he went home, according to the supervisors and himself initially. And then he says, following the reporting sick, he received a call from Mlife regarding a suspicious vehicle, the story that I've summarized. And then he came, he collected Mlife in a service vehicle, JMPD, to go and investigate now and look for this car. They drove past and then returned Mlife back to his residence. After conducting that search and the plate and the tracking, he then gave the report to Mr. Mlife that was a vehicle belonging to SAPS. So Mr. Mlife was aware well in advance that there will be an operation on that day soon. And then on paragraph 124, that's what will happen then when you try to make sense of what is not making sense. In his own affidavit is indicating that after giving feedback to Mr. Mlife, he resumed his regular patrol duties, forgetting that initially he had said he reported sick when he left his employment. His statement is attached as SDK 12.
Thank you.
Where
Chair.
is this official, General? The official that you make reference to in that paragraph?
The last time we checked, because we are continuing with our interference or obstruction case investigation, the last time we heard that he was suspended or removed from the station where he was working, where it was possible for him to work for the cartel in terms of utilizing the police systems as well as being the advanced team. That is, there is somewhere where I spoke of the importance of having the criminal justice system within the cartel, that you are in an advantageous space because you are informed in advance of the police operation that is coming. No matter how discreet our operation of the 6th was, but when I get to the second part, I'll reflect again as to when the team got there. They were told and shown evidence that we know where you were staging, and I was expecting you here, and I was told by warrant officer so and so. So in Gauteng, no matter how discreet you want to be, and then it is nearly impossible.
Honorable Sangon.
Sorry, General, it's just clarity. So all of these events on the 6th are prompted by one lone surveillance vehicle that Mr. Molefe sees out of his house. And secondly, to the best of your knowledge, this man was not under investigation by DCPI. And finally, the operation happens the same day, so he's arrested and they're still there while you are carrying out the operation to arrest him.
Yes, according to our information, there was no investigation by DPCI, but then the teams stayed there for as much as possible until one will think that until then they realize that the team is done now with the search and they are moving with him, taking him to the sites.
Honorable Sokanye.
Mr. Tau, what happened to him, the hitman used by the cartels, who was with Mr. Molefe?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tau, a warrant officer, a detective in Johannesburg Central Police Station, was arrested as one of the hitmen that killed Aman Swart, and he got bail. So when the SPP was sharing her concerns, was when Tau was on bail, and then that's when then the threat levels increased against the investigating officers because they are colleagues, they are working in the same place.
Honorable Ngola.
Just a quick one, Chair. Did the state oppose the bail of Mr. Tau in the bail proceedings?
Thank you, Chair. The state did oppose the bail successfully so. And Mr. Tau, warrant officer by then, was then remanded in custody. But then mysteriously, he appealed for that bail, and also that is when then the senior officers will approach senior officers now in Gauteng, will approach these investigating officers to say you must not oppose the bail appeal of Tao, such that before the appeal day, they were told that he's going to get out. They went there, they opposed bail, but they failed. But the writing was on the wall that everything is arranged. And then departmentally, he only resigned a few days before we rearrested him. And then he resigned.
Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question of clarity. Lieutenant General Khumalo, you say everything was arranged. What do you mean that everything, you said that everything was arranged in terms of the bail when he appealed the bail application. So who was involved in arranging? Because General, we really need names. Otherwise, we're just talking in the air and we're just sitting here and it's going to be like you're giving us a lecture on what's going on behind the scenes, but we do need names. So you said everything was arranged when he was appealing bail and it was a known thing that he was going to get it. So speak to us about how it was arranged and according to you, who was involved in that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It started with the request via, there is a member, I might not have particulars here, but there is a member who was part of the team who was then sent to talk to the team that there is this request that you guys don't oppose bail. The arrangement came from a senior officer, a brigadier, a general, Shibiri, who is the head of organized crime at head office, who called the members and told them that whilst they are preparing for bail opposition, that there are 3 envelopes that are in place. One is for you detectives, one is for a prosecutor, one is for the magistrate. So for that bail to be, so we have sworn affidavits to that, if I can mention some few names narrating the pre-arrangement of that bail. And it was indeed successful, besides the opposition that was put at court.
I see Honorable James, Honorable Malema.
Thank you, Chair. Shibiri, is he the same person that we heard previously that works closely with General Sibia?
Yes, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, he is working, as I've said, as head of organized crime at national office under General Sibia's office.
Thank you.
Thank you, General. Why is Shibiri not arrested? Because if you've got that evidence of Shibiri interfering and defeating the end of justice, why is he not arrested? Because this doesn't need us. It doesn't need a commission. When a person commits a crime, must be arrested there and there. You've got affidavits, it's clear. Why is he not arrested?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members. As I've indicated, the investigation with regard to the interference from this SAPS side is at the advanced stage, and then including the names that I've mentioned from DPCI and JMPD. So the investigation is almost finalized.
The South African public wants to know the people who do this investigation, the authorities that are being reported to, do they have this information? Okay, or maybe to put the question different, is Shibiri on suspension?
Currently, according to my information, he was moved out of the organized crime environment. I'll have to check if then the suspension process has been finalized.
You are not sure if he's on suspension or not.
I'm not sure.
But this information that you present before this committee, the authorities of the SAPS know it is at their disposal.
That is positive, Honorable Chair.
Maybe what we should do, honorable members, is to write to the head of the SAPS and request for information on this matter. Honorable Malim.
Yeah, not information, Chair. An explanation why is Shibiri loitering in the offices of the police? Because he doesn't belong there. If there are serious issues of this nature, the disciplinary matters should have kicked in immediately, and then the criminal process should also be at an advanced stage. So the general says the investigation is at an advanced stage. We understand that language. We need to know internally what is happening. Is he still there? And if he's there, why? What are the reasons?
Okay. Can I check members agreed? Thank you so much. So we will write to them, and when the committee meets on Monday, I just hope we should be having the response of the SAPS on this matter. Advocate Mkhwanazi, may we please proceed?
Sorry, General, is there something else that you'd like to add in relation to the infiltration?
Maybe rounding off, I must mention one of the coincidents on the 6th, on both operations. The first one in Katisomlifi's house, the team was approached by the driver, who then asked the team, and we have an affidavit also to that effect, indicating that is the team aware that Kadisomlif is a friend of the minister as they are arresting him. Now, on the afternoon's operation, when the team now is at Kat Matlala's house, he also indicates that they are messing up his plan or schedule, because he was supposed to be meeting the minister at that time. So that is another coincidence of the 6th on two different operations.
I think that takes us then through to the events leading up to the disbandment, because in under that particular topic, you speak about the raid that you conducted on the 6th of December at Mr. Matlala's residence. And you indicate in paragraph 127 of your statement that a second operation was implemented on the 6th of December 2024, which relates to the kidnapping of Jerry Bushoga. Now, if you could just briefly take us through what happened at the residence of Mr. Ket Matlala, and just briefly explain whether you have managed to, what you discovered while you were visiting the residence of Mr. Matlala.
Thank you. As I indicated earlier on, that it was two operations in one on the same day. We were conducting the lawful search without a warrant based on the information that we were having which was on the verge then of disappearing if we did not act. But be as it may, hence the team from the special task force that we had to rope in from another province was for that particular operation, because we know and we knew that around Mr. Nhlanhla, there are special forces and special task force former members that are there. So because it was then a surprise search operation, we had then to get the proper capabilities. And then indeed, that operation was conducted in the afternoon of the same day. It was with regards to the case of kidnapping of Jerry Bushoka that the team was investigating, and then with the view of getting evidence that the team had confirmed that it's there. But it's one of the incidents that I've mentioned, that when the team got there, they were then informed that the Mr. Nhlanhla was waiting for them. He's aware as to where and what time they were preparing to advance to the house. Hence, then the operation was not as successful as it was expected to be. And then moving on to paragraph 129, during that operation, then it was established that Mr. Nhlanhla was not in compliance with the Firearms Control Act. Hence, then the inquiry was registered, and then 4 of his firearms, as well as 5 cell phones, were confiscated then under that Brooklyn Inquiry 1 of 12, 2024. So as then the investigation could continue. I've already touched on the first coincident of the minister's name being dropped in both operations. And then another coincident on the same day, on the 6th of December, at the time when these 2 operations were ongoing. This is the time Advocate Johnson sent a formal email to both Divisional Commissioner of Detectives as well as the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Detectives in Gauteng, requesting access to the dockets that had been reported by the Member of Parliament, Mr. Fadel Adams, against me, the executive of crime intelligence, that is responsible for GCI ops. The dockets were requested as a matter of agency on that day, the 6th of December, when the operation was on. That is attached then as Annexure SDK 13. That urgent request of those dockets. Hence, then, as I said, when I started the discussion under this paragraph, that the December, especially the 6th, was the beginning of the problems of PKTT and Khumalo. That ran up until now, because there are lots of coincidences that are very difficult to associate them with something else other than the protection of who we started to deal with on the same day, the 6th of December.
Just on that, General Khumalo, before you move on from that paragraph 130, where you refer to the letter by IDEC, which we can see on page 120 of the big bundle.
Yeah, just before you respond, General, let's take Honorable Malema.
General, what's happening to the case of Jerry Boshoga? Because it has been going on, and it creates a very bad image of you and the crime intelligence and the police. That we can't find one man, the whole police system can't find one man who has been missing, identifiable businessman. Can you imagine if a villager that looks after goats disappears? It will be worse than what we are experiencing now. What's happening to that case? Because you touched on it before.
Right. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. The case is under investigation, but it has been having those challenges. During that time, the team was working on that case as instructed by the National Commission. But soon after that operation, that case was reallocated by the Deputy National Commissioner, James Bia, to another team. So up until recently, when then the National Commissioner has directed that the team must resume the investigation of the same case.
Which team, the first one or the severe one? They directed which team to resume the investigation?
The team that conducted an operation on the 6th, the case was taken away from them soon after that operation, until recently, when the National Commissioner has directed that the team must be reassigned that case. So the team has started now to continue with the investigation that they were at the advanced stage in December 2024.
And Honorable Malema, can I check? I see there is a flurry of hands. Honorable Matthews, Honorable Nhlanhla, Honorable Sangoni, Chief Whip, Honorable Skosana Bangazita. Let's take the hands in that order.
Mine is just before we move back. We were talking about the raid at Nhlanhla's place. When he was before us, he said that the team, okay, I wouldn't use the word abuse, but the children were not moved in a safe place and neither was his wife. Can you speak to that? Like what precautions were taken to ensure, I mean, the kids are small, the wife was not necessarily involved, and he painted a horrible picture of what the team did when they did the race. So if you could clarify that for us, please, General.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. I can confirm I touched on professionalism that we instilled in the team in dealing with whether you are a suspect or you are a witness. We are always very professional, and the team confirmed that the operation in Nhlanhla's house was conducted in a normal, professional way that we normally conduct operations. Maybe some of the evidence will come as I continue when there were attempts to open cases against the team, and the wife did not buy the story of writing that statement. But I'm going to touch on that. But our procedure is simple. Each and every operation, there is a commander that is in charge. Everybody is acting under the command of that commander. If there are minor children, is the commander who takes care, him or herself, of minors, as well as if we have confirmed that there are also females within the the target, that there are females that are going to take care of the females. And normally the team won't deal with a person that they are not there for.
Honorable, okay, Honorable Mathies, are you satisfied? Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. General, let's go back to Honorable Malema's question. I think I missed you on what distracted the first team for the second team to be appointed. Where was the first team extracted? From CI or from the PKTT? Or it was a multidisciplinary team as well? The one that was investigating the case of...
It was, sorry, Honorable Chair, Member. It was the GCI Ops, which is assisted by PKTT, that was investigating up until the 6th. As I indicated that from the 19th, there are specialists that came in to work on these two cases. So it happened that because on the second case of kidnapping, you needed a proper and thorough digital forensic analysis to analyze the video footages that are so there was a lot that was done during that time also on that case. Hence, then we were ready for the search and seizure, unannounced one, because of evidence that we had. So it was the same team. But then soon after the operation of the 6th, and then the case was reallocated to the team that is in the office of the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection.
But General, the first team was allocated by you. Who withdrew it for the second team to be allocated?
The first
team was allocated by the National Commission.
By the National
Did the National Commission withdraw the first team for General Spear to appoint his own team?
No, he did not.
So it was a parallel team in a way.
A parallel team, I can.
So General Spear is behaving like a parallel National Commissioner.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. I think the General can't answer the last question. Let me forgive him.
What is the answer or the opinion, General?
No, thank you, Chairperson, for rescuing me with my opinion. Yes, if I have to voice my opinion, I can agree with that narrative because one would not expect that what National Commissioner has instructed and then someone else must come and instruct otherwise. But one can say it was the chaotic moment. As I say, chaos started from the 6th. So as these things were happening, building up to January, we are still going to see as we move along the timeline as to how chaotic the situation was.
Can we proceed? Honorable Sangonia.
Chair, I suspect I'm covered. I wanted to know from the general what led them to Mr. Nhlanhla's house as a prime suspect. But I think the general has said that there was a lot of digital forensic work that was done. I'm covered. Thank you, Chair.
Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. General, my question is very linked to I think the latest question from Honorable Ngola. Has there been any opportunity for Spear to explain, General Spear to explain, why has he taken a decision to appoint a task team
over and above an existing one appointed by the National Commissioner? So that's my first question. Has there been an explanation provided in that regard? The second question linked to that, when the National Commissioner became aware of that parallel process and yourself, what was your conclusion about what could be the motives of General Sbiya in carrying out an operation like that, parallel to the one that is sanctioned by the National Commissioner? I'm asking this question because I assume that, as we were told by the generals who came before you, that there's something called NASCOM, or a body of a national commissioner or provincial commissioners, where the lieutenant generals who are at the head office also attend. But it's POC or something, yeah. But beside that, I think there would be a direct communication between a national commissioner and any of his deputies. So I'm asking in that context, has there been any explanation provided either directly, one-on-one, or in the board? Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Chair. Maybe giving the response, Honorable Chair, that will cover both questions. There's never been an explanation, but then one cannot be able to say at this level because one is reporting to the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, General Khumalo, is reporting them. Now, if General Khumalo is called by the National Commissioner in the absence of the Deputy National Commissioner and direct that this case must be investigated by the GCI Ops, one then will presume that the National Commissioner would have informed the Deputy National Commissioner. So we were moving along with the investigation with that on mind, only to realize afterwards. Now again, when the reversal is happening, the Deputy National Commissioner wanting to reallocate the docket to his team, one might think that there has been a discussion between the two of them and the National Commissioner, only to find that when one then gave the report, which the docket is no longer with us, then the instruction of reallocating came from the National Commission.
Through you, Chair. So the reallocation back coming from the National Commissioner was going back to the original team, or you had to set up a different team?
No, the original team.
Thank you, Chair.
Charlie. Honorable Skosana.
I was covered, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Nombalo.
Yeah, no, just one question, Chair. General, is it ordinary for the Deputy National Commissioner to change a team unilaterally to relocate? Is it an ordinary practice?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. It's not ordinary. It's not in line even with the discipline of what that is expected in the SAPS. So one would always presume that the instruction from the Deputy National Commissioner is something that has been discussed with the National Commission.
So General Sbiya acted extraordinary by doing what he did.
Yes, I can.
He did the unprecedented.
Yes, I can confirm.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Okay, thank you, Chair. General Khumalo, I referred General to page.
Let's take Bangazit. I think he was on the list. Yeah.
Well, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. In fact, I have substantially been covered because my question was actually in relation to what Honorable Mola has already asked, because there was a gap in my view from the time when the original team actually did the investigation and at the time when the investigation was taken over by General Spear and given to another team. So that gap to me was problematic. But I think I'm troubled with the coincidence of the 6th of December, where Advocate Johnson actually also comes into the fray on the same day, demanding the immediate, oh no, he used urgently, requesting, the dockets, should I call them dockets? Yeah, dockets, that those dockets be handed over to her as a matter of urgency, all happening on the 6th. What would have actually prompted her to demand those dockets to actually be handed over to her? And she's raising a question of the trust deficit issue on a matter that was originally reported to the police, but suddenly she actually is raising an issue of the trust deficit with the SAPS. Why would the complainant go to the SAPS in the first place if the issue of trust was his concern?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. One was reflecting on the coincidence of because the dockets are for October. So now it has been November, it has been December, and the dockets were dealt with, were being worked on by the division inspectorate as it's indicated in the same letter. But then the agency comes on the 6th when we are busy with this takedown operation.
Thank you, Chair. General Khumalo, just while we're there, I referred General to that particular letter because I wanted clarity on just confirmation whether the events that happened on the 6th of December, this letter that was ultimately written for the request of the dockets, this is also the very same. Are these the dockets that ultimately led to General Khumalo's arrest in June 2025? Is this connected to your arrest that happened in June 2025?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. Indirectly, yes, because it's the same complainant. But what happened, because on these cases, according to the report from legal services, there was nothing tangible. And then a new case was registered by IDEC other than this, which is a proclaimed case now where we were arrested in June.
General, then I'd like us to go back to the events that leading up to the disbandment, and we've got quite a bit to cover there. I'm getting concerned about time because we've been put on time by the chair. But in your statement, you've mentioned that after the 6th of December, after that raid, you went back to Mr. Nhlanhla's property, this time his office, and you conducted a second raid. Now we know from the evidence that was also given by Mr. Nhlanhla that these the second raid also resulted in litigation that he instituted against you for the return of certain items. And including in these items, or included in the items, was allegations that you have misappropriated jewelry and a MacBook while you were conducting your raid. Could you just briefly take us through the events of the in relation to the second operation that you conducted?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Maybe then to save time, I'll follow the timeline. Operation is on the 6th. On the 12th, the team returns the cell phones. There is no litigation yet, but on the 12th, the team, because as I've indicated, we are the team is self-sufficient. Everything, the turnaround time of all the analysis or of work is very short because we have dedicated capacity and dedicated specialists. So the cell phones were returned on the 12th, and then on the 13th, and then Mr. Nhlanhla signed the affidavit at High Court demanding his cell phones that were brought back on the 12th already. So on the 13th, he then filed the affidavit at court. So the only thing that was still outstanding were firearms. But in his affidavit, he's including even the cell phones that had already been returned. And then on the 17th, he filed then the notice of motion. On the 18th, as agreed upon between the team, Mr. Nhlanhla and his lawyer, that was the appointment date to say that, because on the 6th, when the team took the 4 firearms, they wanted the rest of the firearms. But then Mr. Nhlanhla indicated that they are on the sites. I reflected on the team being professional, understanding business. And then the team asked as to when can you be able then to bring the firearms together so as we can finalize the compliance inspection. And then it was agreed that will be on the 18th of December. And then indeed the team went there only to find that the responsible person who's having the safe key, he is not there. And then Mr. Nhlanhla and the lawyer requested the postponement of that compliance, of which the team agreed to the following day. Hence, then on the 19th, the team went back, and then that compliance did take place, and 18 firearms then were confiscated for ballistic testing. Then on the 20th of December, that is when the team learned now of, because the previous date we saw on the papers, but we only learned on the 20th that Mr. Nhlanhla has instituted high court proceedings for the return of his firearms as well as cell phones. To touch on the point, I think under paragraph 137, the interdict was to prevent any further harassment and the return. I'm touching on harassment after I've indicated on the working together on the 18th and on the 19th. Now, but then on the court papers, it's harassment and the return of the following items: the Rolex watch, which was not part of what the team confiscated, and the watch, yes, the firearms, the MacBook was also not part of. The cell phones, 2, the team took 5, not 2, but he wanted 2 on the court papers, as well as 2 rifles and a Beretta 9mm pistol. That is what was listed. Then, but the other than the cell phones and the firearms, the team did not confiscate, even in the form of stealing those items. And also on paragraph 138, one is tempted to also indicate, because in the founding affidavit is saying he was visited by 100 police officers from Special Task Force. No, there were not 100, there was only 8. But then as I indicated that when we come and then you will think that we are 1,000. And then there were 8 Special Task Force members and 8 NIU or TRT members, the members that were there according to our deployment plan. So we are confirming that other than the firearms which were taken for ballistic testing, the cell phones were returned 5 days after the 6th. They were returned on the 12th. The allegations were in fact fabricated. The only items that were removed, as I've indicated, is firearms as well as 5 cell phones, not 2. Then the opposing papers were prepared by the team as well as the legal services of SAPS and were submitted then as per SDK 16. That is what happened then up until the between the 20th and the 22nd. And then on the 23rd, now, because as I've said, I said maybe so as we save time, we do it in a timeline format. Mr. Mkhwanazi is sending a WhatsApp. Now, this is the information that is coming from Nhlanhla's phone in May, but it's filling in the gaps of what transpired in December. Then on the 23rd, Mr. Mkhwanazi is sending a WhatsApp text to Mr. Nhlanhla, wherein he is stating IPIT guy name, my brother, any news from IPIT. So that is the discussion now that is taking place during the time when there are cases that Nhlanhla needs to open against the team. And then still on the 23rd, I was called in a meeting with the former minister, Begicele, not in Durban, in Pretoria, where he informed me that he had a meeting with Mr. Nhlanhla, and Mr. Nhlanhla informed him that he was requested to fabricate the allegations in relation to the jewelry and the MacBook as part of his founding affidavit, so as then General Sbiya can have a case that he can be able to deal with me with accordingly. And then that is what we are used to if we are operators, that there will be those cases that will be fabricated and be opened. But then, as I'm indicating on 143, that Mr. Nhlanhla was advised to fabricate the charges against me by Lieutenant General Sbiya in order to provide General Sbiya with departmentally, including possible, with something to charge me departmentally, including then my dismissal. My response to that, I did confirm to the former minister that, yeah, that is coming from our normal operation that we conducted on the 6th and further compliance inspections that we conducted. We have returned the cell phones, and the firearms are still undergoing ballistic testing. As soon as we are done, and then if there is nothing wrong, we will return them back to him. But if there is something wrong, then we are going to charge him as it's a norm. Then that was the end of the meeting. And then the matter, then I'm going back now to the High Court matter. The matter then was set for the 24th of December, and then it did not continue because Nhlanhla decided not to proceed with the matter. The court made an order that the matter be removed from the roll, and a copy of the order is attached also as SDK 17. The state attorney that was appointed to deal with the matter in the council on behalf of the police, they were at court on that day, ready to proceed with the matter. The allegations that there was any settlement agreement entered to with Nhlanhla are false, because the firearms were not back yet. They were still with our ballistic experts. And then we were continuing with our plan as it was planned. But then the matter then did not continue at court based on Mr. Nhlanhla's withdrawal.
Okay. And so before we move forward, and I know you want to probably note paragraph 146 as well, and elaborate on that. But as you proceed further, I'd like you to continue with a reference to the annexure bundle, because there you refer directly to WhatsApp messages from paragraph 147. So as you proceed in your statement, maybe take us through from the big file, paragraph 1, page 174. So now in paragraph 1, from paragraph 141 to 169 in your statement, it suggests that the minister played a role in the disbandment of the PKTT. So could you maybe explain to us, with reference to what is already in your statement, how you arrived at that conclusion, and take us through the text that you've attached to your statement, General?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Must I start at 146?
I think that's where you left off.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. On paragraph 146, one is flagging on the minister that was called by the meeting that was called by the minister, where the tender of Mr. Nhlanhla was discussed. The reason for flagging that is, since the Medicare that one was not aware of, we are from operational environment, we are not privy to who's having which tender, then one will take it that SAPS, more especially the directorates that are within the support environment are the ones that are dealing with tenders. Then there was no noise up until the operation of the 6th of December. And after that operation on the 6th of December, in the court papers that were submitted by Mr. Nhlanhla, there was an inclusion of this issue of a tender. And that document, as they normally operate, leaking the documents that they submit anywhere else, it was leaked. It was all over the print and social media from the 20th. Then it made headlines up until the minister called the meeting on the 24th with SAPS management to discuss this tender. The point that one is driving to is was this meeting, discussion, and the cancellation of the tender going to happen if there was no operation on the 6th of December, which then resulted in the High Court issues, where then this tender issue was also part of, because that's when it became known to the general public. So we are saying basically the operation on the 6th was the cause for the meeting of the 24th and the subsequent cancelling of the tender later on. Then moving to 1.147, then going through the WhatsApp communication, which are also attached from SDK 19, page 174. In my affidavit, I did not include all of them. I only included the ones that are talking to the subject matter.
Yeah, the ones referred to in your statement are attached.
Let's take Honorable Mathis.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping that I'd ask these questions before we moved on to the next theme. Mine was on your meeting with the former minister, Becky Cele. Were you not shocked, General, that he called you, and did he say to you before the actual meeting what he wanted to talk to you about? And also, was the meeting around, did it come across to you that he was paid by Nhlanhla to sort of make his situation go away? Because according to the testimony of Kat Nhlanhla, he said he paid Becky Cele also to help him get his firearms back. And that was the biggest thing he was worried about, that SAPS took his firearms, he couldn't get his firearms, and he was desperate. That's why he reached out to Becky Cele. So you, as an official of SAPS, meeting with the former minister, I mean, I know he was your boss at some point. Was it a sound decision for you to do that? Did he offer you money also to be on the side or to side or make this case of Cat go away? You need to tell us that, because you're just giving us a bird's eye view of what happened there. And I'm sure, knowing the former minister, Becky Cele, he can talk. So can you give us a little bit more details there? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, let me start by saying, even if one can do the communication analysis, you won't find any call between me and the former minister, even during the time when he was the minister. I try my best not to learn things that I do not know. So there was no communication. I won't say I was shocked, but the message when it came and the agency of the matter through a person who was requested that I must make myself available, it's very important. Then there is nothing else. In terms of did I suspect something, there is nothing that I suspected. I was just interested in what is it that is so important. Then when then the meeting did take place, he did then explain to me about the plan that is being hacked for me then to be dealt with in terms of what I've explained as a concerned former minister. That's what I picked up from him.
So, General, you're saying that the minister called you or the former minister wanted to have this meeting with you, are you comfortable to tell us who he asked to give you that message to make yourself available? And are you saying that's all? He just wanted to warn you. It was nothing else. There was nothing else in your engagement. It was from the bottom of his heart. He felt the need to tell you that there's a plot against you.
Yes, starting from the messenger who was then requested for me to make myself available. I could pick up that there is something important that I need to avail myself. I must say, I last saw him in person and even, during his farewell function. So I think it was after some months that I've never seen him. I've indicated the position about talking. So the person who then facilitated the meeting was Lieutenant General Khamane, who then said, the former minister said, he has to see you. It's important. It's for your own good. And that's when then I made myself available for those few hours, minutes.
Honorable Nhlanhla,
Covered by Honorable Matthias, Chair. Thanks.
Honorable Sango.
Chair, I want to say I'm covered, but I don't think I'm hearing the General correctly. General, are you disputing the evidence that former Minister Ele put before this committee and that Mr. Nhlanhla, I think Mr. Nhlanhla confirmed, well, it was Mr. Nhlanhla, in fact, it wasn't the former minister, that while they were together, General Ele picked up the phone and called you and said, give back this man his guns. And then the guns were then returned because Mr. Nhlanhla said that call was made in his presence.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. That I heard it for the first time through Mr. Nhlanhla's evidence. What I knew and what I know and what was already on my affidavits was what I'm explaining, that it was facilitated as an agent meeting and for my own good from the concerned former minister. That was the reason I also availed myself for that meeting. And then when he told me that, and then I took note, but I was not shocked because by this time already, as my problems and the PKTT started from the 6th of December. So it was not like I was shocked that there is this plan. I took note of it, but to confirm again, Honorable Chair, there was no call that was received. It was a meeting, face-to-face meeting.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose Mr. Nhlanhla could have been lying. I'll come back to it during my question session. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable.
No, thank you very much. If my memory serves me well, because I remember a follow-up question was made to Mr. Nhlanhla about the Khumalo he was speaking about. I think he made an indication that he was talking about Brigadier Khumalo, who works in the police station wherein the guns were kept. Because at some point, I remember we were confusing the two Khumalos. And then he corrected us, he corrected the committee. He said, no, I'm not talking about Khumalo, who's the head of intelligence, of crime intelligence. I'm talking about Brigadier Khumalo.
That is a correct assertion of what he said. My records agree with that.
Is that one of the battery, Chair, not this one? Is that one of the battery, not this one? Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Mkhwanazi. Yeah, even here there is another. Eh? What are you saying, Jali?
I'm saying the ice boy chair. Thank you.
The other one is also a Khumalo. Eh?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Yes, Chair. The question that was put to General Khumalo was, he's indicated that the minister's directive to disband the PKTT, or rather that the events that unfolded, and this can be seen from the text messages between Kate Nhlanhla and Mkhwanazi. In his statement, General Khumalo, you suggest that these events seem to have been directly linked to the directive that was subsequently issued by the minister. And my question to you was, how did you arrive at that conclusion with a reference to the WhatsApp messages that you've attached to your statement?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The build up to the 31st, we see, if you look at what is happening on the ground to us and what is discussed. Remember, what is discussed, we see it in May. So before May, we were not aware because we only picked up the WhatsApp communication in May during the arrest of Nhlanhla. But then when you look at the activities as built up, hence then I started with the WhatsApp message on the 24th. Where Mr. Mkhwanazi is asking Mr. Nhlanhla, how is the court proceedings? Now you link that up with the High Court proceedings that I've just explained as to what happened. And then after that, then they were on a WhatsApp call, the two of them. Then on the 25th, Mr. Mkhwanazi is sending another text to Mr. Nhlanhla, reminding him of three things. He says, one, I peed. So it means he did not get the I peed guy response. Now, two, court case date. So again, referring to, and then the third one is a 25%, we may lose accommodation and flight packages. That is in line with then the deal that they were having, that Mr. Nhlanhla was going to pay for some of the delegates that were going for January 8th statement or coming this side. Then on the next one, on the same day, Mr. Nhlanhla is now responding on the previous messages. He's just saying, let me know when you are back. The banks open tomorrow. I'll circle that deposit thing. So he's responding to point number 3. And then on the first and the second point, he says, the rest we'll discuss whenever you are available. Then moving on to on the same day, Christmas Day, when everybody is happy. Then on the same day, Mkhwanazi is asking again, a reminder, IPID can be a breakthrough. So this is the third time now Mr. Mkhwanazi is asking about the IPID progress. And then Mr. Nhlanhla replies, there is a bit of a hurdle there, but I'll fill you in. And then Mr. Mkhwanazi is insisting, will it work? And then Mr. Nhlanhla then fails to hold back the answer. Then he gives the answer because he has been saying we'll talk about. He says it needs someone brave enough. So that is the response from Will It Work. Then on the 27th of December, and then Nhlanhla collected his own personal firearm from Brooklyn. It was the first firearm that came back from ballistic. And that, no, they all came back, but he collected only his own firearm on the 27th of December. Then on the 27th of December, so the other firearms are still at the police station, but they were all, because I think we have indicated our turnaround time for firearms that are less than 20, it's a week and a half or a week when we have to do the ballistic testing.
Honorable James.
General, thank you. I've been vindicated because Mr. Nhlanhla, when we questioned him, he insisted that he collected all his firearms, not just the one that belonged to him. Why was it that he didn't collect the others? Were they not registered in his name?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe then fast forward, I was still going to come to that part. When were they collected? They were only collected on the 31st of December. The other firearms by Nika Mareko. So these firearms were not registered in Nhlanhla's name, so he could not collect them. They were registered in the company's name. So he had to change the responsible person, and it's paperwork that you need to do for someone then to come and collect the firearms.
So you can confirm that he lied under oath when he testified and insisted that he collected all his firearms.
That is correct, Honorable Chair. I have
you.
evidence in terms of registers.
Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, General. Ngicela clarify something la. You're saying the guns were not owned by Nhlanhla's company, right? They were owned by a certain company. You're saying that?
No, I say they were owned by the company, not him.
His company.
His company, but
Okay.
not him.
Not him personally.
Not him personally. He was only having a license of one firearm.
Okay.
So the other licenses were belonging to a company.
Is this the same company I thenge ku Mawumela?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Let's proceed, Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Because the General Khumalo was interrupted while he was going through the sequence of the WhatsApp text, I just would like to allow him to finish the sequence dealing with how these communications were linked to the directive that followed on the 31st of December.
Thank you, Chair. So on the 27th, maybe before that, on the 25th, I highlighted the persistence of Mr. Mkhwanazi to Nhlanhla about the IPID progress. And then at the end, Nhlanhla is responding that it looks like it's not happening. It needs someone brave enough. Now, on the 27th, Mr. Mkhwanazi sent a message to Nhlanhla, which is a screenshot of his chat with the minister, asking if the arrest was effected. Then after receiving that So in other words, according to our analysis and interpretation, Mr. Mkhwanazi is now showing Nhlanhla that it's not me who wants a response, it's the minister. Look at his question. And then Nhlanhla then is forced then to respond and saying the case needs to have assault for him to effect an arrest. He's saying he can't do arrest if there is no J88 to prove assault, and my wife is not keen to open such a case. And the guards are also, that were assaulted, are also not at my house. They are only coming back in January. They went home for Christmas. So that message is a response of the question on arrest. On paragraph 155, we are demonstrating that with these two paragraphs above, we are demonstrating that the minister's response to the question of any arrest effected cannot be construed as referring to the Stilfontein illegal mining incident as it has been presented as evidence. Then on the 30th December, the PKTT, another very noteworthy, the PKTT ballistic analyst issues the first report that is linking the Vereeniging case firearms with other cases, including the killing of DJ Somebody. The heat is getting on hotter. And then on the 31st, then as I've indicated, Henrika then collect the firearms of Cat VIP from Brooklyn and not Mr. Nhlanhla as he alleged under oath. And then on the 31st, Mr. Mkhwanazi sent a screenshot about a constitutional court case, Cape Town case that he shared with the minister, saying that the minister or Sibiya can use this judgment to dismiss me, Samuel Dumisani Khumalo. Then on the 31st, again, Mr. Mkhwanazi wrote to Mr. Nhlanhla, reminding him about the outstanding issues. Now, this again today is the day. On the other side, I also think you must stand back. Mr. Nhlanhla replies, stand back. I don't understand what you mean. Mr. Mkhwanazi says, for your safety and business, we must just fight what comes your way. And then Mr. Nhlanhla responds to Mkhwanazi, this won't change my contribution towards the minister, though. I made a conscious decision and I'm not backing down. Whatever help the minister needs from my side, I'll be happy to assist. I just don't want to fight the losing battles. Then Mr. Mkhwanazi responds, here is our backlog and we now need to deal with this. It's the last day. I thought we spoke about it, but we did many regions. It's only 2 regions left. Is it possible for you to intervene on the membership for 2 regions at 12.5K each? Because today we must pay. This is the activities and communication of the 31st, the whole day. Then Mr. Nhlanhla to Mkhwanazi, I'm sorry I missed your calls. I do not have a problem to help, but there is something I need to understand. Also hear what my concerns are. Please, like I said before, can we kindly meet whenever you have time and hear what I have to say? Then in the afternoon, the minister signs the disbandment letter. That is the business of the day on the 31st, the communication coupled with what's happening on the ground, which makes us to strongly believe that the letter and the disbandment of the PKTT was because of Mr. Matlala's complaint of harassment by the team, and Mr. Matlala was paying a lot in terms of the transitions and monies that you can refer to the Cape Town trip on the same day, talking about and the 2 regions that he needs to pay for. There is a lot, and then the letter is signed. Whilst then he is having all those problems. To continue, on the 1st of January, Mr. Mkhwanazi writes to Matlala, "Good day, I have arranged a meeting for Sbia and Minister, must have a solution." And then Mr. Mkhwanazi to Matlala again at night, "The task team that came to your house and harassed you has been dissolved." According to our metadata analysis.
Just General Jali.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. General, I just wanted to ask quickly, these regions, did you mention which regions? Because I'm looking at the page 50, maybe I've missed something, I might be wrong. When you said there's 2 regions, I can see here, paragraph 163.
Paragraph 163. No, they are not mentioned, the regions in this message as to which regions that.
And in terms of region, was he talking about political parties?
If you follow the whole discussion, yes.
So that was the ANC, am I right?
It's not indicated as to which political party.
Oh, well, the chief whip is here. He can confirm. Thank you.
The chief whip is not a witness here. Are you trying to implicate him?
I'm satisfied, Chair. Thank you.
Advocate Mkhwanazi. Honorable members, can we give Advocate Mkhwanazi this last hour to wrap up as a brief? Honorable Souls, you have not spoken. Are you fine? Okay.
Thank you so much, Chair. General Khumalo, you've mentioned a sequence of events that happened, and this is communication between, which includes the communication between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mkhwanazi, and then there were the raids that happened at Mr. Matlala's home, which you now say in conclusion, it appears that the directive was issued for ulterior motives. The other operations that you've mentioned of Mr. Molefe, is that linked to any of this, or is the directive solely based at the behest of Mr. Matlala's operations? How are we to understand that the ulterior motives that you refer to? What does that include? To protect Mr. Matlala's interest, or to protect other operations that were also ongoing at the time?
According to our, Mr. Molefe was busy with his bail application that he ended up getting at High Court.
Because we've only been given an hour, I am sure members will extensively take you through the events that you've mentioned and other issues that we've already addressed. I would then like to move on and to make good use of the hour that I have by referring to the disestablishment of the PKTT. Now, you've left off with your description of a sequence that led to the issuing of the directive, and then in paragraphs 170. To 210, you then describe what subsequently happened in relation to the implementation of the directive that was issued. General, I don't intend to take you through all of the evidence that you've mentioned there in the manner that we have been doing up to now because of time. But so I'm going to pose a few questions to you, and you should at liberty to refer to as much as you wish, and that you obviously consider important. From what we've heard in the evidence that was given in relation to the implementation of the directive, it appears that the implementation was spearheaded by the Deputy National Commissioner, because the National Commissioner at the time was on leave, and the email that was then directed to by the Acting National Commissioner to the Deputy National Commissioner has seen an event unfold of the Deputy National Commissioner taking charge and seeing to the implementation of that. In your view, was it correctly placed with the Deputy National Commissioner to see the implementation of the directive? And was he, because you are the coordinator of the PKTT, was the Deputy National Commissioner familiar enough with the operations of the PKTT to undertake such a big task?
Thank you, Chair. To answer the question directly, I will say no, according to my view. I explained in details the procedure of establishment, that the approval, the final approval is with the accounting officer, the National Commissioner. So there was an acting National Commissioner. If the matter was so urgent, then the process was supposed to be handled by the acting National Commissioner in the absence of the National Commissioner.
Then just in relation to the implementation of the directive, like I've indicated, we've heard evidence from the National Commissioner and General Masimulane. It's been confirmed that the National Commissioner was on leave at the time when the directive was issued, but he was back at around the 16th of January. And you deal with the events that happened on the 16th of January in paragraph 185 of your statement. And you indicate there that turn of the National Commissioner, yourself and the National Commissioner had a meeting with the minister where the minister was briefed not just on PKTT, but overall what the work of the PKTT was with the counterintelligence at the time. Is that correct?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That is very correct. On the 16th of January, myself and the National Commissioner briefed the Minister on GCI Ops. The main reason and the agency was the threat that one was foreseeing, looking at the happenings of the 6th of December and the ongoing operations that were still active by then. But the other issue was it coincided, not coincided. There was a lot also because the other wing of attack was the use of print and social media against myself through my position as the divisional commissioner. So we felt the need to go and brief the minister on the real reason behind this attack, which was the GCI Ops.
And then in paragraph 192 of your statement, you indicate that at the time and not being aware of the WhatsApp messages between Mr. Nhlanhla and Mr. Mkhwanazi, which you've just read to us, you said you found it peculiar that the instruction letter from General Sibia required the closing out report to include information that the minister ought to have considered at the time when he made the decision to disband. So it appears if one reads your statement that when you briefed the minister on 16 January and subsequent events, or at least for January, there was no indication that you now considered that there was a ulterior motive behind the director. At which point did you form this conclusion while you were engaging with the minister?
The National Commissioner came back from leave on the 14th. That's when then we had a discussion on the disbandment letter. And then he gave me the direction then to start writing a preliminary report. So on the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, all those days, we were in a process of drafting the report. So the agency of briefing the minister on GI Ops came before the preliminary report. And then soon after the briefing on the 16th, and then I received then the directive from the Deputy National Commissioner on the 17th, that is having a list of issues that I need to include in the preliminary report. I've analyzed some, but basically they are all talking to the confliction of the disbandment directive from the Deputy National Commissioner's office now with the actions that he says I must take. I'm summarizing them from 1 up to 30. Which is paragraph 191. And then maybe with one breath to sum up also the other confusion that was on that long directive. I was supposed to give the summary of the key considerations that resulted in the decision to disband the PKTT. I did not disband the PKTT, but I'm expected to give the reasons by the DNC. And then secondly, also on the next page, I was expected to do the analysis of the PKTT's effectiveness and impact on crime reduction. Already the letter was saying the team is having no value, but then afterwards, then I must give that impact analysis. And then the most concerning aspect was that I was expected to include in the report, according to the Deputy National Commissioner, was to include the stakeholder feedback from organizations such as NPA and SSA in response to the announcement of the disbandment. In other words, I was supposed to ask them, how do you feel? How did you take it? And then write back in the report, and which I found it very impossible for me to do. So that is all in terms of the summary of the directive on the 17th. Then as I've indicated, paragraph 193, that's when then we're busy with the preliminary report with the National Commission.
Maybe do you want to briefly take us through that? Because the request to you that came through that you've now discussed or mentioned that asked you for things which you obviously did not agree with. You did not agree that the PKTT did not add any value. You did not agree to the disbandment of the PKTT. So in your report, do you want to take us briefly through what you then recommended or what you said in response to the request for the report?
The report is attached as SDK 23. It's a very detailed report. But importantly, I'll go straight to the way forward that was proposed by the National Commissioner in case then the disbandment is undertaken, where he proposed that it must take the winding down instead of immediate disbandment, with those steps that are indicated from A to D, no, to G.
One other issue that came up, which we've also learned from evidence that was given from other witnesses, is there was criticism in relation to your specific role on the PKTT as coordinator and as the head of crime intelligence. Now, we see from your statement that in paragraph 205, that this was raised by the minister during this process of implementation and reporting back and forth on in how the PKTT should be disbanded. You indicate in paragraph 205 that the minister criticized you for your role and questioned why you were so invested in keeping the PKTT. Was there any merit to the concerns raised about your dual role that you played as head of crime intelligence and then also head of the PKTT?
Before the 6th of December, I've never heard any concern about me being the Divisional Commissioner, Crime Intelligence, as well as the coordinator of PKTT. As senior officers, it's one of the expectations that you can carry more than what you are appointed for, more especially when it comes to interventions. There is one operation that was the task team. There is one task team that was established in the same December with the directive of the minister in the Eastern Cape, where a Major General Zulu, who's appointed as the head of specialized operations in Pretoria, appointed to be the coordinator of that operation. So it's part of the package for us as senior officers then to be, unless if you approach the National Commissioner and then raise some concerns that you cannot do it.
As part of the request that was made for reports and in the implementation of the directive, a request was made for dockets, and you deal with this in your statement, and you say that the dockets were handed over in March 2025 to I think it's in paragraph. Can't seem to see it, but it was said that the dockets was handed over in March 2025. You mentioned this specifically. Is there anything peculiar about a request that the dockets be handed over as part of the disbandment process? Why is that a peculiar issue to you that they would make such a request?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, the first directive from the Deputy National Commissioner that was directed to me only was having that instruction that the dockets must be handed over to Lieutenant General Sintumul, of which I did not comply. And then the second instruction then was directed to General Sintumule only, now directing her then to take the dockets from me, of which then that was in compliance then of that instruction by General Sintumule on the 28th of March.
Yes, you addressed that in paragraph 206 of your statement. And as I related to my previous question, and the reason why I asked whether there was anything peculiar in the request for dockets is because in paragraph 207, General, you mentioned that there was a request on the 16th after you've handed over the dockets in March. There was a further request that came through on the 16th of April by Brigadier Nkwashu, where he made an attempt to retrieve a criminal docket pertaining to a case in which Mr. Molefe is charged. Is there anything, was there anything suspicious about this request?
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. After handing over of the dockets on the 28th of March, and then on the 16th of April, a Brigadier Nkwashu made an attempt to retrieve the docket where Mr. Kadiso Molefe was charged. That is the Anat Swart docket, Vereniging. According to Brigadier Nkwashu, this action was taken following the instruction from the provincial commissioner who allegedly mandated that the docket be handed over immediately. So that gave us suspicions that it is because this docket was not part of those that were handed over on the 28th of March. Hence now this instruction is specific to that docket.
What was Brigadier Nkwashu's involvement in this implementation process? I believe his name hasn't been as prominent as other names. So what was his involvement and why would he request, how did he initiate this request?
Brigadier Nkwashu is the Deputy District Commissioner of the district within which Vereniging falls. The brigadier who visited Katiso Molefe in prison, driving a vehicle without registration plates, taking clothes and food to Katiso Molefe in prison. That's correct, Honorable Chair. According to my information, that's correct.
General Khumalo, you indicate further that on 22 April 2025, the Deputy National Commissioner gave further instructions. This is now while the National Commissioner is already back in office. The Deputy National Commissioner appears to not have abandoned the instruction to implement the directive, even when the National Commissioner is now back. Did you find anything sort of untoward, the fact that his Deputy National Commissioner, the National Commissioner is back, and he's still writing instructions and say by this date, this must be finalized? Was there anything untoward about the manner in which he continuously conducted the implementation of the directive?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, it was still difficult to understand, more especially because I was now working with the National Commissioner on this issue. And the Deputy National Commissioner was informed, was aware, and I think in one of his affidavits, he has confirmed that he was told by the National Commissioner to leave this process or whatever away to myself and the National Commission, but still there are letters. But maybe what I can also add here, these are events that are making us to believe or to confirm now that disbandment of the PKT was a mistaken identity. On the 28th of March, we hand over the dockets. On the 16th of April, now a direct instruction for a particular docket of Katis. Some leave. Now, on the 22nd of April, another letter now from the proposal, only those that were under investigation. So these activities made us to believe that the disbandment of the PKTT was the mistaken identity indeed.
Can we continue? General, I have sort of taken you very quickly through the statement for the past 30 minutes because I was trying to cover the time, but I don't want to sort of do you some sort of injustice that you'd like to miss. In particular, in relation to the dockets, we know that the dockets were subsequently returned, and this is dealt with by yourself in paragraphs 2011 up until 2019. Is there anything in relation to the return of the dockets that you'd like to speak to? We have, the committee at least has heard quite extensive documents about dockets. So I'd like to give you an opportunity if there's anything in relation to the return of the dockets that you'd like to emphasize other than what is in your statement.
Nothing in particular with regard to the return of the docket.